Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Yes, family, and you're here with Bomani and Kala Genesis. Tonight's topic, traveling and investing in Liberia to build a great future in Africa's first republic, the Afrikstan Analysis. All right, greetings, Brother Kala. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
All right, excellent, excellent. Don't you just love this flyer right here?
I love it. Yeah, man, I've never seen anything like it in my life, man. Something that says Africa where Africa is, has the red, black, and green and gold on it. The Liberian flag, the Lone Star. Let me tell you something, folks, while we have this. I'm going to say it throughout the time. The Liberian flag was not a miniature U.S. flag. That's a lie. You know, there was never such a people called American Liberians. These were African returnees, recaptured Africans, African Caribbeans that forged a country together. The star is on the blue background. The dark blue background means a light on a benignant continent. That means all around the continent there was slave trading, there was everything. But in that one spot, the Lone Star means Liberia stood out over the rest of them, where civilization, where Black African African Christian civilization flourished. Right? We say, "Oh, you're Christian, yeah, okay." But give me another thing give me anything else that built Black institutions. Give me something else that gave us Nat Turner. Give me something else that gave us Gabrielle Prosser. Give me somebody else that gave us Denmark Vesey. You know, before you start talking about Christian and whatnot, yeah, Christian. Give us something that started the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the Back to Africa movement, and Black Pride and all stuff like that. It started in the Black Christian Church. You know, and then people branched off, became Moors, Nation of Islam, everything. But everything started in the Black church. The soul of Black America is in the Black church. And so therefore, therefore it was Black Christian. It was secular. It was educated, and it had a worldview of seeing for the first time that people can build a republic based solely on their race and color. You know, so Liberia answered all those questions. Who could be a Liberian? Only a Black person, mainly people who are seeking refuge. You know, if you are in the hinterland and you're getting abused by your chief, your tribal chief, you came to the coast and joined the formal settlements because you wanted the liberty. You know, you wanted liberty. You said that the Black only place in the world where liberty was guaranteed, where the Black man had liberty, the love of liberty on this soil. You will have liberty. No other place on this earth that you had a refuge. It was a refuge for Black people all over the world. Whether you were freeing from white people, you were freeing from Native people, Americans, you were freeing from Europeans, slave traders, everything. This is one place when you land on these shores, you were safe, you were free. It was a safe haven, you know, for Black people. You know, that along with Freetown. You know, Freetown. That's the early on, just Freetown. Was safe havens, right? Liberia was the ultimate safe havens because they didn't have any British administration or the American administration. It was a completely Black ruled republic. So with that, you were not going to be oppressed by your race, right? It doesn't mean you're guaranteed success or anything else. It just meant that there was nobody going to, basically in America, you had Black men who were successful businessmen, right? He gets into an argument with a white man. Next, you know, a white mob. This happened in the late 19th century, all the way up through the 20th century. White mobs would gather and burn Black people in their homes and everything. You didn't have to worry, in Liberia, you didn't have to worry about no mob burning your house. You could build a farm, a house, or build a business and everything and not have to worry about that. So we're continuing that tradition and honoring Liberia as that place of refuge, right? That place of refuge that gave inspiration to all these other emerging states that came. I think every last single leader in the world, Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, Nnamdi Azikiwe, all these people were inspired. Nelson Mandela, Kenneth Kaunda, all were inspired by this idea of having a Black republic, right? Let's get rid of the king. Let's have our own modern republic. Now, the thing is, in Africa, right, you know, kings and traditional leaders still have power. Now, you ask yourself this question. How did the kings and the traditional leaders still have so much power? It's the colonial system. The colonial system never wanted Black people to have black republic, like New Republic of New Africa, a republic. And the idea of a republic of black people frightens and terrifies Europeans. You know, the idea of this black republic, right, that could diplomatically, they terrified of the idea of a black version of the Soviet Union. They could tolerate China, they could tolerate Japan and everything. But the idea of black men with super state ability, with military and nuclear weapons and negotiate, it terrifies them. So they want to keep the relation. That's why they're in Africa right now. This Hatfield Green lady from Biden Center. I'm gonna keep my language. I told Maya I'm gonna watch my language, right? She's over there now, you know, with this and with the Treasury, somebody from the Treasury Department. I think the Treasury Secretary. I don't know who she is. White lady going to Africa 100 years too late. But Biden still thinks he's living in 1940. He's gonna go to Africa and offer some development, whatever the hell he's gonna do, right? And Africa's gonna say, you know something, China. You know, we're gonna look at. We got this black woman, this lady. You know, we got Black Americans. That's what that's what I'm talking about. Just like they don't care about our vote, they'll use our vote. They'll use the civil rights movement. They'll quote Rosa Parks to push transgenderism. Now they're quoting Biden Africanism, right? And they're gonna use the Pan-African so-called community. They know there's black people. They don't care what it is. As long as I go to Africa, I don't care what it is. You don't know that people don't even realize that a lot of the Arlie Foreman fight, you know, a lot of the black people over there, right there, and things like that was basically by the CIA. You know, that even Don King, you know, he was working with the CIA in Zaire, the Congo. You know, just because somebody goes to Africa, just because somebody's in Africa or encouraging to go to Africa, does not mean they're part for Black African power and Black African liberation. You know, we got too many people that are intersectional. Oh, let's go to Africa, and we don't know what their aims and objectives and everything. And so, therefore, you know, we have to in the Pan-African world, we have to start cleaning house. You know, we got to start doing. I'm not pointing fingers directly at anybody. That's a serious accusation. I know. Okay, but I'm just saying that right now, you know, a lot of times people with the enthusiasm, they want to get to Africa so bad that anybody can approach them. And I know that's how weak was, because I was like that at one time. Oh man, I don't know how this thing's gonna work or not, man. You know, this and the other thing. I had this guy when I was on Blog Talk Radio. This white guy was like, "Yeah, you know, we could do this, Kala, blah blah blah." And all of a sudden, then he said one thing that freaking triggered me. He said, "Yeah, first we got to take out Mugabe." I said, "Dude, you were sounding good, man. The U.S. and Africa could be allies and everything like that. You guys could probably build over there and everything like that. And we could." Then when he said we got to get rid of Mugabe, no, you don't get rid of nobody. So when you cross those lines and everything, you got to go. He's calling my show. I said, "Dude, man, no, it's not working. No, that's not going to work." So tonight we're talking about Liberia, the significance of Liberia, the importance of this country, and the importance that we as African Americans and Black people from the Caribbean, like everybody had a role in Liberia. People don't say, "Well, it's all African Americans." Do you know John Brown Westrom was a Jamaican? You know, born in Jamaica, raised in Nova Scotia and Maine. You know, and he basically built Maryland, the Maryland side. When he got there, became governor, and he was founded the Freedmen's Bureau in America. Right, he was the first graduate of a college, Black graduate of college, Bodine College, in America. And basically, when he went to Liberia, he went to then Maryland territory was almost the same size as Liberia, and so he said, well, he wanted to make Maryland a separate state, you know, completely from Liberia, but it didn't work out. Liberia ended up annexing Maryland. But while he came there, the administration of he came there. The tax revenues from trade and everything like that just grew. It was Maryland in Africa. If you get the book On African Shores, right? It's a book I've had for like 12 years now. It's called On African Shores, okay? Maryland in Africa, History of Maryland in Africa. Is well worth the investment. The book is like this thick. You will never get like that. The Maryland territory in Liberia, probably, if I have to estimate civilization, probably is one of the most advanced civilizations the world's ever seen. Most of the people were hardworking. They were Christian. They went to church, everything like that. And they had temperance. They didn't drink. They didn't do like that. So That showed me that black people can really build civilization if we really want to, and we stay off these vices and all the stuff like that. Maryland, the Maryland civilization and colony in Liberia, right, was way more advanced than Cape Town and Johannesburg and Durban at the time. And it was black run, but that's erased from history. Okay, you go to Maryland, you got Harper, which is I think Harper was named after a city in Maryland. You have in Harper, the capital of Maryland. You had Baltimore Street. You had the Hoffman River, right, where back even in 85 they had a well-developed city with a postal system that had postal and trade throughout the world. It was black people living in the highest level of civilization in the 19th century. People can't even imagine that. Because when we think of black people in the 19th century, we're struggling and everything like that. We're getting chased by the Klan. We're getting killed, everything. But here, there was a citadel. And on the coast of Liberia, there was a citadel of communities and settlements that lived in peace and security and harmony, Adolf created a country. Oh, Lord. Okay, sit back and learn something, ADOS, that's another thing with the ADOS, right? With ADOS, people don't realize when you say ADOS, right? One thing about Black America, right? We're never tribalized, we were never tribalized. We come from different complexions, different backgrounds, everything, and we just call ourselves Black America. And then also, we're the only group of people where people could assimilate, instead of being proud of that, right? Because generations of Jamaicans and Caribbeans have assimilated into Black American culture. Right? You can't do that in any other culture, because the culture is vulnerable. They're not developed. They're not educated. But instead of basically being proud of the fact that, a generation, Liberian or Nigerian basically becomes one of us, right? We want to ADOS, lineage. We want to dial back into the primitiveness of tribalism. That's why I reject this so-called ADOS stuff. As far as I'm concerned, there's and every person from a Caribbean background is an African American waiting to be born. And I'm proud of my ethnic group. I'm proud of my set. Why would need to be tribal? Why would an ethnic homogeneous group need tribal? No, it's not tribal. It's when we say tribal, we're talking about race. When you basically are an ethnic group, right? Someone can adopt your ways, be born into your society, and become one of you if they could have your same race. That's what you bozos don't seem to understand. You guys don't believe in the concept of race. You just use it. You're not serious about ADOS, FBA. You're not serious about that. You're not serious about that. All you want is an excuse to hate other Black people and everything. If somebody comes into your culture and everything, and he's in your culture, married your culture, and doing something, and he thinks the same way he's one of you. The white people, the Anglo-Saxon, look at Anglo-Saxon. You got people from different ethnic groups, whatnot, but the thing is, the reason why you think like that is because you're not on team winning. Black America used to be a place where people came to Harlem, people at Detroit and everything like that. It was someplace, wow, we want to be a part of. All the Black people from around the world came here and wanted to be part of us, right? But the problem is over the last generation, so when that Black America has fallen off, our culture has fallen apart and everything. And people feel no need to be part of us. So you want to hang on to this tribal, Black America, ADOS, FBA. And nobody gives a shit about that. You don't have any power anymore. Black America don't have that power anymore. So I want to say the Kingdom of Hawaii existed in 1830. Yeah, but the Kingdom of Hawaii, the Queen was deposed, and she was basically put on the payroll of the British and the United States. So people can have all these kingdoms. You have a kingdom, if you can't defend it, you're nothing. You're colonized.
It seems like this guy knows a whole lot. Maybe he wants to join you. I sent him a special link, but keep on going.
Really, let me keep going. Let me give me like an hour before I start dealing with these morons and everything. And I got a creeping suspicion who that is, I got a creeping suspicion of who that person is, So let's see. Why am I sharing this story not told? It's told. The Kingdom of I don't know about the Hawaii history and everything like that, But the bottom line is this, Hawaii's lost their land. They fought valiantly, everything like that. But you know what destroyed Hawaii? It wasn't a white man. It was civilization. They realized that people that don't adapt to modernization will adapt around you and eventually engulf you. People don't seem to understand that stuff, First of all, African American, the what you call Black America is actually bigger than that. We're not 30 million. We're almost 45 million people. Probably has anti and tribalistic. I know this is NACBeezy. He ain't fooling nobody. So a civil war have been portion of us have always been anti. What are you talking about? No, don't bring that dude on. Don't bring that. I'm not in the mood tonight, brother. We're talking about Liberia. So let's not mess up my street. Don't bring that. Bomani, you hear me? Bomani.
He loud and clear.
Where you hear me? Don't bring that person on. Where is it? I don't want to hear it tonight. I'm not in the mood. I'm sick of dealing with fucking morons, If I want to do that, if I want to deal with idiots, man, I'll go and search for Huru or other shows.
There you go. Marcon, that was a good one, man. Don't you love the logo?
Oh, yeah. Love it.
Well, that's what we're talking about, family. Traveling and investing in Liberia. So, family, this is our famous flyer right here.
Right.
And these are our dates, family. The journey of a lifetime. Liberia Reconnection Investment Tour. That's March 29th to April 9th, 2024. So, family, basically 14 months from now. So what we do is plan ahead of time, because this is going to be another one of our amazing journey of a lifetime. And family, we've been doing this professionally across many different African countries for the last straight 16 years. And this is our next, our next direction, investments in Liberia. And as we talk on later on, we're going to talk more into details and certain things. But for now, let me just give you a quick overview of what this package includes. Yes, family. So this is it right here. Join us for a real cultural experience on an incredible tour to Liberia and West Africa. This is a multi-city tour throughout Liberia, including Monrovia, Robertsport, Buchanan, and more. Don't miss out on this opportunity to reconnect with our people and land to enjoy paradise in the tropics. This is the perfect getaway, which includes networking with our group, learning about the roots, culture, repatriation, investment opportunities, and more. And family, when we talk about investment opportunities, we're talking about groundbreaking investment opportunities. We're talking about infrastructure. We're talking about land development. We're talking about import, export. We're talking about creating new markets, creating new opportunities by using your innovations and building with your network, and so on. So when we do these journeys, it's a full connection, and then that's what we're doing. We're building a strong connection from America to the African continent, to where we live.
Let me add something here, Bomani, while you said that.
Go ahead.
Also, we want to make Liberia the connection between Black America and Africa. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to draw Angolan people, Zambian people, South African, Kenyan people to basically help build Liberia as a place of point of thing that probably easier than Ghana, because Liberia is easy with the immigration and Egypt with the passport and stuff like that, and also Liberia is just so Black Americanized. I mean, it's just an ideal place for like this. Now Ghana has the infrastructure, is way more developed, and that you got that part. So we could use Ghana and Liberia, but the spirit of Pan-Africanism is definitely in Liberia. If Liberia becomes a place where the Angolans and the other people could meet Black Americans from the Caribbeans, everything, that could be that one place where we could broker. That's what Liberia was at one time. The 1979 OAU conference, event that was so significant, right, that all our Pan-African scholars have forgotten about. I'm talking about whether is anybody serious. That the Mono River Union was formed, the Lagos Plan of Action, the Lancaster Agreement, and all this stuff like that. All this Liberia was so politically potent, It was a brokering house for politics on the continent. And the fact of the matter is that Liberia has been written out of history, because we let white people tell us what's important. All we know about Liberia is these people that came from America colonized everything. No, not the fact that Liberia was a natural Pan-African state that was building a Pan-African multinational peacekeeping force that had the support of people like Idi Amin. The Pan-African thing, the Pan-African building still sitting there in Syncor. Not Syncor, but I can't get right down from the executive building. The Pan-African building is still sitting there. Pan-African Plaza is still sitting there. They was building a Pan-African, Liberian version of a peacekeeping force, which never got finished because of the 1980 coup. A military logistics building for the whole continent. That we could solve our own problems and help with war efforts and peacekeeping and stuff like this. Liberia was a serious country. It was a country that had a chance to study Africa while it was in peace. So all these things were developed over a century, saying this is what Africa needs. This is what Africa needs. This is what the Congo needs. This is what South Africa needs. All the brains that could liberate Africa, they was in Liberia, right? And then people like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah said, yes, I had the same vision, right? But how do you put that vision together when we're all talking about tribalism? And now in 2023, you got people regressing in Black America about, I'm an ADOS FBA, this, people are regressing. When you're ADOS FBA, you're regressing, This is Pan-Africanism, and building a Black Afrikstan state is the ultimate, right? That's saying that we're ready to take the ultimate responsibility, Kyle, the host of Self-Haters, Okay. Yeah. Hilarious, though. Especially the one from Jamaica. We know who that is. We know who that is. We all know who that is,
That's not sleazy,
of course
Junior.
it is. Of course it is.
Absolutely, Kala. Appreciate your input, Kala. So, family, let me switch back to the flyer. So, family, when we do these packages to Liberia, and Kala, appreciate you breaking down the great history connection. So, while we're talking and going through this, our brother Kala is going to be breaking down the history and connection and importance of why we're doing this in Liberia. So, family, this is but we also letting you know that this is serious. So, we're doing an incredible tour package to Liberia, well-organized journey, and we're gonna just build from the ground up. But we have a whole lot more for you. So, family, what we do is arrange all your flights from the U.S. to Monrovia. We have an incredible business and investment conference / networking. A lot of those. The tour covers our transportation, tours throughout Liberia, daily continental breakfast and gourmet dinner, 4-star hotel accommodations. Make sure that you're just nice and comfy in an African-owned establishment, networking, social gathering, entrance and access to all sites, activities, certified English-speaking tour guides and hosts, and daily exercise and meditation sessions for those who are up early in the morning and those want to just get right. So, family, this is my information right here. Just like the same information scrolling across the screen. And our website is always africafortheafricans.org. So, family, once you get on our website, you're going to click on the Liberia March 2024 journey, and then you're going to see the itinerary, the overview, the visa information, the preparation details. So these are the details that we go through to make sure that you're clear. All the information is right up front to you, to where you can literally just process it and be clear. One of the things that we always tell people that reading is fundamental. If you're going to do any kind of investment business, or if you're showing that you're serious, you must read through certain details. Once we complete these Liberia journeys, we will definitely have a whole lot more journeys for you, to where you can literally just reconnect to where you see videos from the previous journeys of the previous tour. So as we build this catalog of Liberia journeys, you're gonna see everything that we talk about that we have on our itinerary that I mentioned. Let me clear this. So right there, once you go on our website, africafortheafricans.org, you scroll down and you're gonna see it right here to your left, or If you go down a little bit to the front page, you'll see it right here. So that's it right here, family. A wealth of information right here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through actually the overview. As even better yet, let's go through the itinerary. All right, Kala. Hopefully you can see and hear me loud and clear. This is the itinerary for Liberia Connection and Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th, 2024. We're basically
Clear your schedule.
14 months ahead of time, brother. You know me, well organized. We make sure that we have information live and in front of your face so you can reconnect. So as I'm back here, let me see the comments right here. Godstar. Yeah, so looking forward to Godstar joining us. He seems like he needs some nice reconnection into his African roots, and things like that. So, family, this is also fun adventure. Just a whole lot of excitement. We have incredible nightlife, and we're right there for the most part, right there on the ocean the majority of time. So you can kick back, relax, and enjoy the breeze. Take the come out there with us on the boat, on the yacht, and then just enjoy paradise and reconnect. So so the haters like Godstar, you can join us. I mean, you need it. So come put some black dollars in some black hands and do business with us.
Yeah.
I'm not here to take anything personal, brother. It's all good, brother. We shake hands like brothers, and we just move forward and keep it strong. So I'm letting people know, just as long as you're coming, just show love and respect, energy. You're welcome, because we need your energy also. This is about Black corporative economics, and this is also about building a brand in an incredible African country. Like we titled it today. Let me just show you the topic again, family. This is traveling and investing in Liberia to build a great future in Africa's first republic, the Afrikstan Analysis. And Kala has been dropping these incredible jewels all throughout the show, and we're gonna scroll down to the itinerary. So these are all things that are all also subject to change. But family, welcome to the journey of a lifetime, everyone. Join us for a real cultural experience on an incredible tour to Liberia and West Africa. It's a multi-city tour throughout Liberia, including Monrovia, Robert Sports, Buchanan, and more. Do not miss out on this opportunity to reconnect with our people and land to enjoy paradise. This is the perfect getaway, which includes networking with a group, learning about the roots, culture, repatriation, investment opportunities, and more.
And let me say this, brother Money.
Is our
Throughout
future.
the tour, so let me say this. Throughout the tour, I'm going to be educating people, right? Like I said, starting in March, when I get back from Liberia, I'm going to basically have like all the people that were interested in going and everything. I want to have like at least twice a month. I want to have Liberian Pan-African history and education. I want to let people know, because I'm sick and tired of people getting on TikTok, these educated idiot. Liberia is founded by white people. Liberia is founded by America. America is a place where black people in America went over and started practicing what they do, learn from the white. All this ignorant stuff, right, has to be dispelled. When you know that, like, sister, we got to have Sister Sharice Kula on here, right? And Dr. Kyle Fambula, all these people that know the true history of Liberia, right? What gets me is that I understand when, children being ignorant, right? I can't accept adults being ignorant, right? And like I was telling Kyle Fambula, I said, look, I used to hate Liberia too, right? I said, oh man, and then when I learned the real history and I realized why that the white people tried to, but they glorify the white people in Africa, right? The Belgian white, when you see white people in Africa, right? Oh man, they're bringing civilization, they're bringing Christianity, and doing all that. No matter how many people they killed, no matter how many stuff like that. Liberia is the only country in Africa that's not going through post-colonial problems to this day. Ivory Coast is going through problems, right? Guinea, Burkina Faso. You know, all these countries are going through colonial problems. I just got a thing just noticed now. I got a Congolese brother, right? He just sent me a notice now, just right across my screen, right? He's talking about he has a curse put on Rwanda. You know, he says, I curse Paul Kagame. I said, well, your curse is not working because they're about to be a first world country. He's like, Kala, man, you know, you're a senator of the Congolese. We got to wipe out just tribalism stuff and all the stuff like this that was brought by Europeans. Europeans have left a legacy of colonialism, tribalism, nepotism, and all this kind of stuff like that you see right now in Africa. That Africa culture has not developed is because of Europeans. And too many people, we want to take the easy way route, right? We want to go bickering back and forth with this black person, this tribe. Instead of saying the common enemy are these Europeans, you know, and now the Chinese who don't want to see Africa develop, who want to take advantage of our women, our children, and exploit the continent. And the black people from America are not the enemy. Although some people go in there, they're bumbling, they don't know what they're doing, and it is what it is, you know. And the same thing with Africans. Some Africans cheat black people from America, and some black people in America feel a certain way, and co-opted by fire. So yeah, I'll talk about that. And so therefore, we got to understand something, right? You know, the real issue is, why is it that black people from America, right, the Americas and everything, how come they don't have an already established logistic pipeline throughout Africa the way the Chinese have Chinatowns and industries, ports and everything throughout Asia and throughout the world? Why don't we have that? You know, why is it that the black man has not risen up and producing daily billionaires and millionaires and men of high learning and thinking and problem solving, everything like that? When are we going to have that one state again where the best minds can gather, right? Free from tribalism, free from nonsense, and say, look, this is what we are. We settle the fact that we are part of the black African race, right? You know, the future is not with the New World Order. A lot of Africans are born into the New World Order. They don't care about building their country. You know, they'll live in Ukraine for 30 years, you know, cold ass, dirty Ukraine for 30 years instead of living in their own country. They'll go to school. They'll go like that. There's no loyalty to the African continent. But when you look at Liberia, what's different is this. These were people from the West, black people from the West, recaptured Africans, right? And Africans or indigenous Africans said, let's build a place where we can have a sanctuary, a safe haven. We don't have to go to Europe. We don't have to go to America. Do you know Liberia, through its history, was sent the least amount of people to America than any other country in the world? So in other words, Liberia is the only country that had more people that came to it than went to America. No other country could say that. No other country in the world could say majority of our people decide to stay here and live here and not come to America. Now, what was it about Liberia that people said, this is home, this is heaven, right? Well, you other people, you look at any other country, right? Nigerians, got lots of people, you know, the Caribbean, lots of people go to America and everything like that, right? More than people come to the Caribbean. Liberia was the only traditional country traditionally that had more people from America, you know, going to Liberia than Liberians getting a passport or whatever, going to America and studying in America or living in America. And that's how you gauge any country, right? You see, look at Singapore right now. You see less Singaporeans in America. Why? Because Singapore is so good. The more Norwegians, right? Finnish people. Do you see them here in America? No. Why? Because they got it popping in their country. How many Swedes do you ever meet? None. I had this one girl when I was in high school with, this white girl in high school with. She was Swedish, all the white boys loved her and whatnot. She was blonde, they treat her like a blonde goddess, whatever, But anyway, but you never see. But where did most of the white people that I grew up with came from? Italy. Italy was a shithole, So you got a lot of Italians in here, You don't have a lot of Swedes, a lot of Swiss in America. The better your country is, the less you see them in America. And Liberia traditionally, before the coup and the war, boasted the least amount of black immigrants in America because Liberia had it going on. Those are real facts, are real metrics. You can look at that anytime, right? When you see large numbers of people in America from a particular country, the country's not doing well. There's political strife, economic strife, social strife, whatever. Cultural strife, ethnic tensions, everything like that. And decide to leave. When you have a country like that was like Liberia, they solved all the ethnic problems, right? They taught people that we're all one people. We're wherever background you come from, whether you come from America, the Caribbean, and all these other people, you're now part of this Black Republic. And they want to erase that. And they don't want a country, that idea of a Black Republic, a Black state, a Black society, a Black civilization, where Black people can live in harmony and build. Right? They want to erase that from the earth. That's why the Europeans divided boundaries up. You know, you got Kenya, right? They deliberately put the boundaries overlapping kingdoms and territories so they all be in strife. They created a country of Uganda, which is basically like 4 countries in one, right? Instead of saying, you know something, and British control both territories. They could have made one whole section Kikuyu and Maasai and all these other people, give them their own states and everything, and they could have governed right. But they put these ethnic people in there, and they knew that there was going to be ethnic tensions and everything, and ethnic distrust and all stuff like this. They knew that. That's why they created them. They basically didn't care about boundaries of territories. That's what the problem you have right now in Cameroon. You know, with English-speaking Cameroon is being genocide and by the French-speaking Cameroon. They knew what they were doing. So therefore, real organic nation states can't form around a common language and something to build upon. The thing that unifies them is the Europe. They're connected to Europe. Europe is like the master. You got problems, you don't solve it with your in the African way or sort like that. You go to London, you go to Paris. They're the political power brokers of the thing. Yeah, I mean, people say, well, okay, there's plenty of land in Liberia. You could buy land in Liberia. Anybody could buy land in Liberia. If you're Black, you can buy land in Liberia. You know, that's no problem, no issue. You're gonna develop it, you're gonna build on it, and stuff like that. You know, people act like, oh, buying land. Land is no issue. Now you can go to any part of Africa and really buy land.
Well, let's explain the difference then, since we're talking about Liberian. Since you may not need a citizenship.
Well, if you're Black,
do you need a citizenship, or will residency work, or will your American passport work?
If you're Black, particularly Black America, right? You're Black America, right? And if you go there and say, I want to buy a peach, you got investment. You say you want to buy property where you got the means to do it. They're gonna make it happen. That's the difference. No questions asked, because that's the policy of the government. They want to encourage Black people from the West in America to come there and build, you know, and come there and spend money, and come there, just come there and spend money, you know, and you don't need a citizenship for that. You come there and investing and building and everything like that. That's how Liberia developed over the years. You know, Black people from the West, the diaspora, have always found it a sanctuary. So they brought their skills and their mind and their ideas to this country, and that's why Liberia thrived at one time. You know, so buying land is no big deal in the country, the Republic of Liberia. You know, so and you don't really have land disputes and stuff like that. You do have property disputes where people come from the interior and squat on people's property. My wife's family, we got people living on their land and everything like that. They came from different areas and stuff like that, and they squat and everything. How do you move them? They live there and they're happy. And so there's a lot of stuff like that where the government will basically protect your property rights. If you got the deed to the property, that's the thing. Liberia's deed system is similar to the United States. You know, it's not in the interior you have tribal land, right? But even the tribal land now is starting to get deeded, you know, in places like Ganta and Nimba and stuff like that. A lot of these educated Liberians are coming back, right, and forming modern real estate companies and getting rich. You know, they're like, we have all this land. And when they learn that they could put deeds on the land, parts of their land right there, you know, they have hundreds of acres, right? They say, okay, I want to deed this part of the land right there, and have it deeded, recorded and everything, and then they can go to a bank and get a mortgage on, let's say, 5 acres, right? That mortgage, right? That money that they get, that they mortgage, right, is collateral. The deed is collateral, and they can take the money and they build a farm, and they say, wow, this is great. This system's great. I got land and everything, because before they didn't understand how land worked, when it was all communal, the chief, everything, and they wondered, why we're poor, we got all this land, we're poor. They didn't deed their land up, you know. Now they're coming back in different parts of the country and investing in major agriculture, major industry, and stuff like that. It's a wonderful thing. And Liberia is the only country, right, where its constitution protected the indigenous people's land, right? You cannot, no foreigner, no European, whatever, can go to and negotiate with no tribal chief for any settlement. That's why Liberia does not have the problems Zimbabwe has. Zimbabwe made a mistake when the chief put his mark on the paper, and next thing you know, all these people came in there, and they suffering to this day for that. Where Liberian founders were educated, they did not let Europeans or anybody take territory or negotiate whatever, for land and everything, or settle. There are no white settlements or farms or family estates in Liberia, none whatsoever. So you have that advantage right there. There's not like in the Ivory Coast where the French may own, the French companies, whatever like that may own this, and the government honors all this French investments and stuff like that. Same thing with Guinea. Guinea was so mad when the Guinea was forced to give, France was forced to give Guinea back Guinea. Guinea tried to give a lot of his territory back to Liberia, and Tubman said, "No, we don't want it." He told Sekou Touré, "I'm not going to do that to you." Even though that was land that was taken from Liberia. Liberia used to be twice the size of it is right now. But the French took most of Liberia's land. And so they said, well, when they did that, what the French did was they would, all the sewer lines and everything, they'll pour concrete in there. On their way out, they would blow up power lines, damage rail lines. So when the new government came over, they had to fix the infrastructure. They had to go back to France to get loans to fix it that the French destroyed. Same thing that happened in Angola. Angola, the Portuguese put landmines down. They blew up railways, They uprooted power lines on their way out. And to this day, Europeans still don't recognize Africa's rights to their own land. But there's one place in Africa Europeans have no claim to. The two places, Ethiopia and Liberia.
Absolutely, brother Kala. Appreciate it. And family, Kala is always the great scholar. And family, what we're gonna do, we're gonna pick up from the itinerary and continue. But let's add our guest in, a quick guest in. Greetings, brother Icon Fire.
What's going on, my people?
Welcome to the program. This is the topics tonight.
Yeah. I thought I could just come hang out for a minute with you and Kala.
Yes, go ahead. Speak your mind.
Yeah. I think I hear a lot of Black Americans focusing on Ghana, which is good. I think another set should just focus on Liberia also, because I think Liberia is I don't know if it's easier. I think it's easier access for Black Americans. A lot less ranting. A lot less ranting would go on. You feel me? Sometimes Ghana people don't understand. Feel me? Or I think Liberia is a nice place for, to just what you call make your model. That's your Western standard. You feel me?
I call it Africa made easy.
Africa made easy. Okay.
Africa made easy. That's what I call Liberia.
Yeah, and just turn it into a place where you make it easy. You feel me? You make life easier. And Black Americans know the standard, the standard. You feel me? There's a lot of trade Black Americans. We actually need to start making real moves, as y'all are talking about, seriously, because um um it's terrible over in the West. They're trying to turn all of they're trying to make Black people the face of faggotry. You feel me? I mean, like the caucasity of these people. You feel me? and what we gonna do? We have to make a different kingdom. Feel me?
Yes, brother. Yes, you have to keep it strong.
Yeah, we gotta keep it strong because, like I said, if the United States spent the 20th century, like they spent the first the 1800s, 1700s, right, fighting the British and the French and the Spanish, right, and you had the American Revolution, right. They spent the 19th century, the 1800s, with its manifest destiny, fighting the Indians, fighting the Mexicans, and fighting everybody else expanding west, right. Once they
Mm,
expanded the shining sea, they had a problem. They still got large numbers of black people's country. So after that, they turned their focus on us, the internal enemy. That's why almost 500 black towns were destroyed. We had black towns, black cities, and everything like that were doing well post Civil War. They were all wiped out in the process. Every little thing they burned black cities to the ground. Forsyth County, Georgia, Wilmington, Durham, North Carolina, all these places were destroyed by white mobs and white vigilantes and everything like that. Why? Because they were basically fighting a race war in the 20th century. 20th century was about the race war, you know, and so therefore they like people say black people should be so far in America. Are you kidding me? We had communities that rivaled theirs. They were supposed to basically, when they said separate but equal, right? They said, well, okay, you got black towns, right? If you're going to build a sewer system, black towns should have a sewer system. You're going to build this, the black town. The white people took all the money, right, for their stuff, right? And we were like
mm.
in the 19th century. In the 20th century, we looked up, man, and said they got all the paved roads, the streets, and stuff like that. That's why millions of us went to the north. With the Great Migration. They're not developing. St. Augustine, Florida was once a thriving black community, right? They built highways. In Houston, same thing. They built highways into the black area, They did all this stuff in front. They took Nicodemus, Kansas, right? The black people said, we want to have this black town, the promised land, everything. What did the whites do for everything? They put the railway way outside of where the black people lived. So it was inconvenient. So they control the infrastructure, where the post office goes, everything to make us dependent on them. So we got to go to them for work. We could develop our industries and everything on our own, which we could. We had the capability because we were doing all the work. So
What about
and that system of them at the top and we're at the bottom still exists to this day.
what about Patterson Car Company? Where is it now?
Oh, it's, I don't know. I guess Henry, it went out of business. They probably didn't get the patents.
Yeah, because they made sure that car company could not go into the future. They made sure that. You feel
Yeah.
me?
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go. Absolutely, absolutely. Icon Fire, brother. I got a good one for you, man. This one is right for you right here. There you go. Hopefully you can see the message on the screen.
Ah, let me check it out.
But yes, I do agree with you, family. If we don't support and build our own entities, I'm telling you, family. That's
All right, all right. First of all, um, we not from Jamaica. We was born in Jamaica, but we not from Jamaica. We from Africa. You feel me? Jamaica is just an island, so it's insignificant in the scheme of things. You feel me? Africa is what's important. Without Africa, there is no Jamaica.
There's
Without
no
Africa,
American.
yeah, without Africa, there is no other black nation in the world. So I tell some people, some black men, wise up, be a man, and defend Africa.
There you go. So Godstar, there you go. I sent you a link. You can join on because
No. I'm
Yeah,
not.
and clarify your statement.
I'm
yeah, I
not
mean,
rooting for Nat. I'm not
brother,
rooting for Nat Measy tonight, Nat Measy. But go ahead, put him on. Go ahead.
hey, that's not no. I mean that's Godstar. That's not Nat Measy.
That is
What
Nat.
would
That is Nat. I know Nat Measy when I freaking lurking in the dark and whatnot. You know. I
Hey,
wanted to have a nice productive.
we have a guest on, and our guest wanted to clarify the statement. So, because are you clear? You can explain it, Kala.
Yeah.
Until Godstar get on. Godstar, you're invited. We're gonna be nice to you. Let's just be
Well, let's
respectful,
not keep.
gentlemen, and talk.
I want to get back to Liberian investment.
Oh,
So
we're
that
gonna
Yeah,
definitely get.
man.
we
We're
drop
gonna
people
definitely
off
get
and
to
bring you
that. We're
back
gonna
on.
definitely get to that without a
Yeah,
doubt.
man. Yeah, man. Don't let nobody wile us out, man. You feel me?
We're gonna definitely we got plenty of time, but we've been doing good. Um, so there you go. So family, so that is the link. If you have anything important to say to us, meanwhile, let's back to our scheduled program, and we're gonna go through this itinerary. And so, family, once we finish with the itinerary, if you want to join us, join us. We can have. It doesn't have to have a direct conversation about Liberia, but looking to socialize. And if you're gonna join the panel, we're expecting you to put your money where your mouth is and join us in Liberia. But this expansion into the roots and culture reconnection to Liberia starts day one, Thursday, March 29th. So we're gonna be flying directly from New York to Monrovia via Morocco. So that's our schedule on day one. Usually we have a nice little meetup before the flight, 2 hours before the flight. So once we meet up, then we depart on a direct flight to Casablanca, Morocco, and then we're gonna connect right to Liberia from there shortly. So a short flight in, and once we get you in, just get you to the hotel, get you settled, get you relaxed, and get you ready for a nice, incredible journey. You'll meet your tour guide. We have our bus there, and we'll have a full schedule ready for you to make the move. So, family, the check-in is at RLJ Keneja Resort and Villa, and that is the hotel that Bob Johnson, Mr. BT himself, built there in Liberia. And I want to say that it is been sold to a Ghanaian, maybe off here and there, but I'm sure Kala would confirm that yes or no. But that's a nice beach. Oh, go
Some
ahead, Kala.
black businessmen from Ghana and a couple other countries, run the Kadeja right now.
Okay,
But still,
excellent, excellent. So, family, there you go,
really like
man. It's straight black owned as we promise you. So you're on Royal Air Maroc, and that will take you right into Liberia, and then you'll stay at a black owned resort. Because what we're looking to do, family, is keep the black power energy going as far as supporting black owned business and investing in black owned business and putting black dollars in black hands. So when we're talking about the real of the real, this is what we're talking about: being practical, getting involved, and doing certain things, not just
Fusion,
money up,
Fusion of Freak,
money
Fusion of Freak restaurant.
Go ahead.
You say Fusion of Freak restaurant. That's where they gonna eat.
Yes, and
food
Kala's
is
gonna
good. The
talk about
food is.
fusion.
We go
That's
there.
where we are for a nice welcome dinner. So we get you in, and family. When you're looking at the schedule, we have exact time and everything laid out. Even though we're not reading everything for word for word for word. But literally, that'll be the second day will be our welcome dinner, and that'll be at a nice restaurant, Fusion, the Afrik restaurant. So we're looking to this give you a nice little welcome into the country. And when you get to the resort, also you can just relax until it's time for for dinner. So that's the environment that we create in a nice flight on in. So Kala, what do you want to say about the restaurant we chose?
What's the overall cash price?
And what? Repeat it one more time.
What's the overall cash price?
It's $4,200. That was at the very beginning when we show you the highlight.
Mm,
Yeah, so excuse me, that is $4,000, and that includes your flights and full accommodations.
yeah.
Yeah, at Fusion restaurant, the food is incredible. The atmosphere, the ambiance, and everything is so modern. You're like, wow. It's right there on Tubman Boulevard. It's you guys got to see it. The way it's designed, everything like that. It has a huge bar. It even have like a dance place where people dance, I guess, whatever. And it's friggin' nice, nice. When I say nice, it is really, really nice. Keeping the fact that we believe in that our people deserve the best. I believe our people deserve the best.
Of course, royalty.
No, and I don't like seeing people eating at raggedy places and everything like that. We want
Hey,
to.
yes, brother, we're not gonna be out there on the on the street corner over no gutter trying to impress anybody. You know what I'm saying? We have professional business people traveling with us and entrepreneurs like ourselves and other people itself, and we're looking for the best experience, and we're not looking to so that's why we have professional places on their family, and it's a combination of everything.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely
I
love
like it.
the restaurant. You definitely love the Fields Eye restaurant. It's a nice place. Some place that even after you go, you say, "Let's go there for the night." And that and the Calabas. The Calabas now has a VIP room. I think they got a studio there now and stuff like that. It's really the guy. He's trying to make that right there. It's right there on the water, right? There was other place, other bar and club right next to it. I forgot the name of it. It's called uh, the Calabas right there. That's on the marina, and the other one faces on the marina too, right? The owner of Calabas, a Liberian brother, he said he wants to because he lived in Miami. He said, "I want to make this like he want to turn that whole strip of old Congo Town Road into like a little Miami, and that's where everybody hang out, stuff like club party and stuff like that." The Calabas is off the chain, off the friggin' rip, the
Can
food,
I
the ambiance, everything. That's like the best club I think that I've seen so far in Africa. The
And
Calabas.
perfect. And since we can't have two restaurants at the same time for the welcome dinner, I want to say we add that for the farewell dinner, so we have
Yeah.
both restaurants on there. So, Carla, definitely appreciate you sharing that because this itinerary was built with your energy also, and based on some of your experience. But let me continue on to day 3, March 31st, Roots and Culture Journey. Family, this is a real journey where we have a set itinerary and we're flowing with this itinerary. So, um, for those who want to lead morning exercise, wake up and get the rest of us out there who wants to exercise and stretch. Breakfast is ready in the morning, and we look into depart 8 o'clock. Times are all subjected to adjustment before we travel. So we're gonna head out of the hotel for a full cultural adventures day, and uh, and the goal of today is literally just roots and culture. So we're going to be visiting Arts and Culture Center, creative arts centers, school, and do a nice little city tour. And after a fun-filled adventure of a day where a tour bus takes us around and we enjoy some beautiful lunch at this, a location where we can all just relax and enjoy itself. We'll finish in the afternoon for tour and then head back to the hotel to where you can rest, get relaxed, and we'll think about we'll have an option either we're gonna eat at the hotel or we're gonna go out. So this night is set for us to just have another wonderful night out, and I'm sure Kala is gonna tell us about more restaurants we can go to. But trying to make sure that we enjoy a combination of roots, culture, adventure, this nice little this energy that way you can just enjoy the country throughout the day and the night. The
And
goal.
also, let me say this, right? Make sure you bring somebody that the arts and crafts and stuff like that are really, really inexpensive. You can buy African masks, African made crafts and everything. The craftsmen come from all over West Africa to sell their stuff in Monrovia, downtown. And shopping on Randall Street is just like shopping in Delancey Street. You got everything down there. Then you got the traditional stuff at markets and stuff like that. They got everything from wood carvings to everything, face masks, everything, and statues, everything you could buy. So buy some ornaments, right? Bring a couple $100, put it in your pocket to buy some stuff, right? So when we're buying and we're putting the black dollars back in the black hands, that's part of it. And so therefore, when we do this stuff on larger scales and we start bringing bigger groups and numbers, we want to encourage other people to get into we want to create a template for doing business and tours in Liberia, so anybody else can come after us and be like, "Oh, I want to do that," And they have we have the model of black businesses, black-owned resorts, if all possible, and then black-owned restaurants and stuff like that. So we're basically connecting, And the beauty about Liberia is they're really, really friendly to black people from the diaspora because you're going to meet Liberians that You know, a lot of them. Oh yeah, I used to live in Jersey. I used to live in Philly. You know, and so it's not like you go. Oh yeah, language barrier. Most people speak English and they speak just like we do, and so they're acclimated to us and they know what we need. They know who we are, and they know why we're there. That's one thing I love about Liberia. They know why we're there. They know what Liberia means to us. You know, and so
I,
people really go out of their way to make you feel comfortable and make you feel welcome. You know.
there you go, family. And that's why we're welcoming you to the journey of a lifetime of hospitality at the highest level. And so we're going to transition on to day 4, Sunday, April 1st, beaches and tropical paradise. We're going to head out to Buchanan for tropical paradise in Grand Bassa County, Sunset Beach for social gathering, sightseeing. So that's a full day, family. Get to swim wear on, be ready to take some wonderful pictures and videos and have a nice little relaxed day on a beautiful Sunday.
Let me tell you about Sunset Beach, right? I couldn't get there when I was there because it was closed when we went there, right? It's a little tough getting there. You got to go through this hill and whatnot. Hopefully they got the road there a little better, but I guess we'll get there, you know? But when you get there, right, and you see the rocks, I've seen these rocks for years, right? These big stones, right, and that go out into the ocean, these big giant black rocks and everything. And I saw this one video years ago. It was Liberian brother, right, that lived in the he said, man, this is nothing but paradise. We could turn this place. His brother was like 10 years ago. He's like, man, and when you hear the ocean, let me tell you something about the ocean at Buchanan, right? The rolling thunder of the waves and everything, the coolness of the thing. The ocean looks so beautiful. The beach looks so beautiful. They got the palm trees and everything like that, you know. And all around the place, they got nice bungalows and nice places where you can sit and relax and everything like that. You know, you can bring your water sports games and everything. And there's another place in Marshall, right? They got jet skis and stuff like that where you can go to. Somebody might want to see that. I couldn't find it last time, but you know. And then you got Caesar's Beach. You want to go to Caesar's Beach? That's another place. And you realize when you go to places like Caesar's Beach in Marshall County, you realize that our ancestors that they're created nothing but less than a heaven on earth for Black people. You know, Caesar's Beach is friggin' incredible. You know, so there's so many places and everything. Maybe you're not going to get to them, but you might want to come say, look, I want to come back there on my own. So we encourage people after the tour. You say, yeah, I want to make this my place and everything, because you're going to meet a lot of people that you're going to make a lot of business connections when you're over there and stuff like that. So it's really, really easy. You know, Liberians are very entrepreneurial and stuff like that. You know, so you're going to meet friends and people that you can link up with on Facebook and join the social network, the Black African Infrastructure Social Network, right? Download the app and everything. And then when you meet Liberians, encourage them to download that. You connect on there. Connect on your own you create your own WhatsApp group, whatever you have to do to maintain connections and everything like that. So what we're doing is we're setting the pace for future generations to have some place in Africa where they could get accustomed to the continent. You know, because once you're in Liberia, I believe that you're basically you're connected to the rest of the continent. You know, from a position of power and a position of strength and everything, and you'll feel it when you get there.
So Carla,
Go ahead.
um, you as a American ambassador to Liberia, you feel me? Couldn't you what you call put out a I don't know suggestion, or I don't know what you call it, um but an agreement, our investment agreement in terms to the government, like
Well, we have
uh,
people in the BAO that's doing that already. You know, we
yeah,
have
what,
I have no less than like 20 or 30 projects that
yeah,
we're
what I'm saying is you need, like you talking, you said something about the African, right? But it don't really have to be totally autonomous like what you was referring to.
like, but Liberia is
But
not in Liberia is not really necessary like that. You know,
yeah, but
because
can I finish? Can I
you're good.
finish out there?
Good.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, right? A proposal to like the government, like, could we get a a certain amount of land, maybe can accommodate 1 million people. You feel me? where you can advertise to the Black Americans for their home of year of return also, and there's some land where you all can come by and start your towns and your cities.
Well, I'll say,
Something
right. Liberia already, they got Liberians on the ground already doing that, and they're building communities and self-sustaining communities. It's been going on for like 15 years now, and so you got people that's in Liberia who are already doing that. They're not waiting for African Americans to do it. They
yeah,
basically,
no, you're not listening. You
yeah.
see,
Well,
just listening.
I understand I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this though: Liberia, since we got like a small population and you got all that land and stuff like that, you know, development, development on that scale right there. I would say like you go to about 1 million people, you have to go to a country like Angola. You know, they got resources and stuff
All
like
right,
that.
just listen what I'm saying, Carla. You feel me? Liberia is what, 5 million people, right? You feel me?
Yeah,
So 5 million people in Liberia is like almost nobody there. You feel me? The amount of land that is there, 5 million people is like nobody. It can accommodate 20 million more people. But I'm not saying that 20 million more people could come there. I'm saying that a deal could be struck for investment to Liberia to accommodate some Black Americans who maybe can build a second city or build another town that can be in what you call economic flow for growth for Liberia.
yeah, I agree. But the thing is, we got that in Ghana. We want to make that the prototype, right? Once that's really successful, we could point. We already got offers of land. I already got offers of land in Liberia for like hundreds of acres to build what we're building in Ghana, stuff like that. Just the main thing of going there and making the connections and stuff like that. Looking at the land and getting the agreements together and stuff like that, and then raising the initial capital of money and stuff like that to facilitate. Yeah, we got those in the pipeline, And so, like I said,
Because I think you have the Liberian people can hear from you a lot, and they know that Black Americans not gonna do them now. We all gonna just fucking have a party. So I'm just saying that um you could just what you call ask for the accommodation from the higher ups
in
and
Liberia, you don't even really need that. You don't need that because a lot of Liberians own land and stuff like that. If they give you the land and say you're going to do this and whatnot, of course the government and everybody got to sign off on it. But it's not like you go to the government and say you want to do this and everything. You got people that taking the initiative. You got Liberians that building whole towns right now. Rebuilding whole towns with everything in it. It's already going
yeah,
on.
but that's good. That's good. Remember, remember, I'm just saying with respect. You understand? I mean, like, okay, people have different cultures. You feel me? Everything is not the same, and you can have. I'm just saying. You feel me?
Yeah, but let
You
me say, let me
people
say
have.
something, brother Ken. Liberian culture and everything is so similar to Black America and diaspora.
Mm,
there's not really much of a difference, between
yeah,
Black Liberians. So you could build a
yeah.
community there. It could be half Liberians, half diasporans and whatnot. You would never know who's who. You know.
I don't have no problem with that either. You feel me? No problem with that. You feel me? But what I mean is like it needs more Black Americans there. You
Yeah.
feel me? It needs more Black Americans there, and I'm just saying, you could put a proposal to the government to publicize a way to get the attention of a lot of Black Americans.
And
You feel me?
we definitely want to do that. We definitely want to do that, but like I said, we just have to be careful because we got a lot of people that's trying to do that all over the continent, and we have to do it the right. We have to. I agree with you that you have to be done, but It has to
Because
be
the
done.
momentum is already there with Ghana. The momentum already there. Liberia has its chance now to just like, hey, we gonna have a year of return for the Black Americans too, and
Oh, they
you
had
can
the year.
get your
Check this out. They had the year return last year. There was like a lot of black people went there. 2022 was Liberia's year return. They packed the stadium.
but
It was
that's for Liberians.
right. But there was a lot of African Americans there. And the whole country's policy is Liberia is tapping into its history of being a place for refuge for African Americans in the
Yeah,
diaspora. This is the first place of return. And so yeah,
yeah.
so and also what we need is more black. I got a few people that connected to BAO in Liberia right now that are building in Cape Mount. Building. We just bought our old church building in Cape Mount. We're gonna make that a youth center. And so we got a
Mm,
lot of stuff going on. We just need more people joining the BAO, right? And getting into the game, man. I got the connection on the ground. Somebody wants to get in and say, yeah, I can organize that. I'm a developer and I'm a real estate developer. We got all those type of people and stuff like that, organized in Liberia and everything. So
mm,
that's happening right now, but on a small scale. It's not publicized like Ghana because Ghana didn't suffer all the war and infrastructure damage and everything. But Liberia is slowly recovering. Slowly recovering right now from all the war and damage and everything. And so that's what I said when we start doing this and everything, we got to look at the fact that Liberia might have to build a bigger airport. You know, you
Do
got
they have a lot of television stations and radio stations?
I have one guy that has a television station, right? And Liberians like television and stuff like that. But for television, you need programming. A lot of stuff is locally, organically made and stuff like that. So,
Hmm.
that's all that's opportunity. As far as like with the digital satellites and stuff like that, you can make a television station. You can have your television stations all throughout the continent. Because most like satellite TV and stuff like that. So and you got lots of Liberian radio stations. Tons of Liberian radio stations there, and you got and I have a friend of mine from Wisconsin that has his own. He was supposed to be there when I was there 2 years ago, and but he couldn't make it. But he has a radio station, and he's going to build his own television studio there to do interviews and stuff like that and broadcast. Broadcasting. Liberia has its own broadcasting authority, so if you had an idea of building your own television station, stuff like that, all you need is basically a license from the Liberian Broadcasting. So imagine that. If you want a television station in America, right, you got to go to the FCC, you got to go through all this right here. But in
Mm.
Liberia, you just go to the Liberian Broadcasting Authority and say, look, we got to do this, we're going to do this. And actor John Amos is there, and he's working on Liberian filmmaking and stuff like that, So there's a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
you know. So you got a lot of things. Bomani, I sent you a couple of videos. You want to play one of them? Just play a couple of minutes of one of them. There's a lot of Liberians who are building gated communities.
All right.
Building gated communities and stuff like that, and they're selling for cheap. You can buy a house in Liberia, all yours, property, everything, for $55,000, $35,000 to $50,000 for a nice house. And I don't understand. See, I love Ghana, but I don't understand why they're charging prices like you charge in the U.S. And I don't get that because Accra is so big and saturated. Liberia's not there yet. So right now, if you want to get into real estate, this is the time to do it. Even if you do that, you can always move down to the next county, Buchanan. So and go up north to Cape Mount. So there's plenty of opportunity to build in Liberia. All we're doing is just basically
Mm.
finishing what our ancestors started.
Hell yeah. I understand that. I understand that. Seriously.
Yeah, this sister right here, she has a channel. Subscribe to her channel. What's the name of what's the name of her channel?
And welcome back to my channel.
This is a Pan African Liberian sister. Lovely sister. And she's always promoting Liberia to African Americans online. And
Okay.
the beautiful history of the country and stuff like that. So subscribe to her channel. Let me look at her name. I forgot her name is. Hold And what I'm saying is, like, you got Liberians that lived in America, grew up in America, know how things are done and everything. They're going back to their country, and they're basically they're killing the game, you know, and they're basically leading the way. You know, they're leading the way. And a lot of times, man, it's a matter of not just starting from scratch. It's a matter of just partnering with Liberians.
It's right there, brother Kala. Name is right there. Information right there.
Zawadi M. You know, lovely sister. Subscribe to her channel. You know, subscribe to her channel. You know, she basically has been promoting Liberia. She can basically get you a house, whatever like that, built, and tell you about investments and stuff like that. You know, you got a lot of black people from America that are going there because of her. You know, and so
Yeah.
All right, how much of this do you want me to play?
Okay, how long is it? It's like 10 minutes. I would just play just first 5 minutes. You know, it's good.
Favorite high cheekbone sisters, Awadi, and welcome back to my channel. This is another good episode. But before I proceed, I want to say welcome my new viewers and those who have recently subscribed. You are awesome, and those who continue to subscribe, support me, comment, share my videos. I really want to take this time to say thank you very much. So this video is really providing some clarity on my construction company and the kind of work that we have done. So as you guys know, the $7,000 apartment that I have posted on my video, I said multiple times in different videos about how it cost me the $7,000. People have been very confused in terms of the price and don't think that it is true as far as the $7,000. What you're failing to understand is that apartment is actually a 1 bedroom, 1.5 bath. And the way in which you can get the price to be lower is your negotiation skills. Unfortunately, if you don't know how to negotiate, then that's up to you. Also, the kind of materials that you're using is very crucial in terms of it's very crucial to the purchase material that is within the price range in which you're targeting. Going and negotiating again, like I said, is very vital to making sure that you stay within budget. You can always negotiate the workmanship as well. I don't really think it's I don't think necessarily that the workmanship is such a huge thing, because oftentimes 30% to 35% of the material cost. So you can always negotiate. There's a little bit of wiggle room there. You can always negotiate. That's absolutely that. This is my last time. I'm going to say this is costing $7,000. But if you're wondering, can your company build the same apartment for that price? Well, I am not going to go and negotiate pricing of materials for you. The reason I said that is that in Liberia, things fluctuates. So the price of maybe a bag of cement yesterday may be different tomorrow. The price of a zinc may be different from what it is that I paid when I constructed that apartment. Now, if you hire us as a construction company, of course you can work with other people. Please do not think you're entitled to work with my company. You are absolutely not entitled to do so. You have your own free will to go to whomever you would like to work with. Absolutely fine. But let's say you hire us to construct and do construction. The way in which things are priced is based on square meters. So for example, per square meter that we charge is $50 per square meter. Okay. And then the workmanship fee is between 30 to 35% of your material cost. Let me break this down for you. For some people who want to use a decker zinc, those heavy roofing materials, that could really play a key role into your pricing as far as your material cost, because one piece of those things can cost you $10. Imagine you have to get 2,000 pieces. You do the math. Or imagine you have to get 200 pieces. You do the math. So that's a very expensive roofing. You also have another roofing that is called alumina, okay? That could take you from anywhere from 5 to 10 years. So oftentimes we use those around property by the river. That's why you guys see that's exactly what I have, but it's 220 kg. So in this video, you guys are going to see some of the work that we have done and the ongoing work currently, okay? You're going to see all of that. You're going to see from the roof work to all the way to the tiles, to the ceiling, to the foundation. All of that going to be shown in this video. So, just take a little pause, breathe, subscribe, and continue watching the video, okay? Towards the end of the video, you are going to see something like the $41,000 house that was built by our team, okay? Just take a pause to say, really, this house is a $1,000. Yes, of course, our team definitely did this. Okay, from foundation on the roof to roof level, and now we're doing a little bit of finishing touches on this beautiful house. And it only costs 41,000. Where in America you can find this house for 41,000? Please tell me. Okay, enjoy. Take a look. Take a view. And enjoy yourself. That we are here to do modern construction. We're not here, my like person, we're not making anything lazy, but in this case, we're not making video making lazy, nor are we making building houses lazy. The goal really is to make sure that Liberia is developed, that we are all contributing to Liberia's development. And how some of us can do that, we can branch into having very nice real estates, providing the services to lead to that real estate, and also engaging other businesses that can uplift the country. And what can we do as a building company? We come in and make sure we give you a little lift. We make sure that it's within a reasonable price range. Okay, I've always said on my channel, I am not begging you nor forcing you for you to come and work with me, but most of these videos derive based on questions that have been asked, and that's why I decided, let me just provide some level of clarity for my Liberian people who want to build. Okay, we are here to provide more design. Okay, so now that I said all of that and I talked your ears off, please remember to subscribe. Remember to share. If you need a price breakdown of a home, somebody recently asked me, "Hey Emma, how much is it going to cost me to build a two-bedroom house, two-bath home?" But the thing is, I don't know your plan. I don't have your building plan, and that's why it's very important for you to contact me via my email so we can do an assessment, we do a consultation, we see where the land is located, and then we go into like having that plan taken apart and then putting it into a 3D design and bringing it to fruition, my people. Let's do this thing professionally, okay? My name, I don't want to ruin my name. I want to make sure that things are done accordingly and professionally. And so is my team members. All right? Let us all be blessed, okay? Be safe. Coronavirus cases are going up. Be blessed. Know that you are well loved. And if you haven't heard from somebody in such a long time, please pick up the phone line. It's very short. These days, a lot of death news. Please, life is too short. You don't know what will happen tomorrow. So pick up the phone. Tell somebody how much you care for them. Tell somebody how much you love them. Give them a hug. It doesn't hurt you to do that, people. So, all right, be blessed and again, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you want more information, please give a thumbs up.
Mm-hmm.
You see what the lovely lady was saying? Basically said, we want to build Liberia. We want to build to the highest level. That's Liberians are addicted to progress and moving forward, stuff like that.
Well, how much he said the house was? That house was.
I don't even know. I guess you got to watch the video again and stuff like that. She got several videos up there where she shows floor plans and stuff like that. You can get an idea. You
Yeah.
got to watch the video. You got to go to her channel and watch her videos. And like I always tell everybody, just follow up and everything. And when someone's telling you about going to Africa, they can't point to you to people like this and stuff like that. Don't even bother them, because I've thoroughly checked out people in Liberia that's doing stuff and everything. I got a whole list of people that I work with and stuff like that can do everything from construction to everything, wiring, electricity, everything. You want all those people in your network, in your.
Yeah, she has a construction company. That's great.
Yeah, there's many Liberian construction. A lot of people that did construction. I have a brother, my brother Naya's a friend, right? He worked, I think, in Rhode Island at the water and sewage department, right, as a superintendent, right? And he goes over to Liberia for like 3 or 4 months out of the year, and he's working. I forgot what county he told me he was working in, and helping developing the water and sewage system in that problem place where he's from. So
Wicked.
Liberians are bringing their skills back to Liberia. And so the bottom line, they know a major customer of their real estate thing is African Americans. They know that. They're not stupid. They see America and everything like that, and they see Black America, that we got the largest number of retirees retiring every year. We got baby boomers retiring and stuff like that. So Liberia could be where people go to Belize. Black people going to Belize, going to Mexico to retire, because it's getting expensive to retire in America. So Liberia is trying to market itself as a place. Hey, come here. You got a historical connection with this country, and not everybody have to be a fist waving Pan African.
So that sounds like a big old business plan where where Black Americans could build golden age homes. You feel me? For
All kinds of stuff.
retirees.
That's all kinds of
And
ideas that people you could do. You got the
yeah,
country to do it right across the Atlantic. You got the country to do it. And you got a country that understands who you are. That's
yeah.
the difference. They
Build a
understand Black
facility that
America.
take care of black um elders, and like rich Black Americans could send their parents there to
Yeah,
retire.
all kinds of possibilities are endless. With that country. You
That's
know,
real.
so good. Not no shade against Ghana and everything, but I think this Liberia will be a little bit easier. A little bit easier. It might have challenges and everything like that, but like she said, she goes, she got construction companies and whatnot, and that's something I did not
Mhm.
see in a lot of other African countries, where you got to basically like, okay, you got property, but how you going to develop it? You got contract, you got competent contractors. We found that in South Africa, right? Where black man in America from America went to South Africa in 1995, before, right? And he was
Mm.
in Essence magazine talking about, yeah, my problem I had was I didn't understand a lot of stuff, right? He wanted to build a laundromat, right? He had money to build a laundromat. He said they need this laundromat. But the problem was when the machine breaks and everything, he didn't have people to fix it or skilled people to do it. Now it was in South Africa, a developed country. So he had to turn to the whites and Indians and everybody else and everything that taught him something. You got to check out. You got the skill level, you got the skill base. Who am I dealing with? So that's all important before you start making a move overseas. You got a list of people that can do this stuff. And then you find out in Liberia, you got a lot of people that spent time in America. Let's say America's the be all end all, but let's be honest with ourselves. This is a place where things are done to the highest level. You know, this is a place where people understand how things work. And so and I got a guy, one of my guys, Paul, young guy, right? This guy lived in Trinidad for years. And he got skills in plumbing. He could basically drill you a borehole, right, and pipe it into your house and what do you call mini micro water treatment, right? Where you can treat the
Mhm.
water, everything. He showed me how it's done with the sand, everything, screen, everything, and it comes right into your house. When you got pipe water, you got water that you dug in your property, right? That's giving you clean water inside your house. So Liberians are
Yeah,
bringing those sort of skills back to their country. You know, they're bringing
yeah,
all these skills back to the country. So, like I said, and now also because Liberia's a small population, word gets around. You meet this person, it's easy to meet people and connect with them and network with them and stuff like that. So, smaller is really better. You know,
yeah, yeah. That's real. That's real. That's what Africa needs. Africa needs a transfer of skills.
yeah, skills is everything.
Mhm.
And when you go to Liberia, I've seen a lot of people, local Liberians, such and such welding companies. So I was watching everything when I was there, such and such logistics, such and such, saying all these sort of skills. I'm like, dang, man, I thought I had the idea we're going to come over here and start from scratch, teaching people the skills. I'm like, they got the skills. The guy who made my furniture when I was in Liberia, right? This guy made me bamboo furniture right now. His brother, it seemed like a brother, he had his shop. He said, okay, what do you want? He said, I want this, one that. I look up and whatnot. He comes back, your furniture's done, right? It took him like 2 days. I had a whole living room set, right?
Wait,
Bamboo, but sturdy and everything with the foam pillows, everything, and the coffee table right there with the glass in the middle and whatnot. He cut the glass, everything, man. But you got so many skilled craftsmen over there. Furniture. I have this one guy, Liberian guy, that I connected with. He builds doors, And I told him, I said, when I get my house built over there, you're gonna be say, yeah, I was waiting for you, bro. He builds doors. The problem is in Liberia, the culture is too many Liberians are into politics. They don't care about stuff like that. They don't see value. But the white Liberians that live overseas, right? It's not any bad thing to be a skilled worker. But a lot of
but
Liberians,
if you're into politics, well, how are you not thinking about development? If you're into
huh?
politics, if you're into politics, how you don't think about
Because
development?
because you gotta see how African politics work. The African politician just wants to wear a white shirt and tie and look big in front of people. We're like 50 years behind everybody else. You know, they want to
History.
look big. It would look like a big man with the hat. You important. You're an educated man and stuff like that. They don't care about really even about the money. Or they get in office and they try to loot, steal, and take kickbacks and everything like that. So that's the culture. You got to deal with that. You got to
What
deal with that.
about because what about the pride of the country?
When people say that pride in the country, but when it gets over there, you got the House former House Speaker Edwin Snow, right? I saw him on
Mhm.
Facebook, right? And he's supposed to be the Speaker of the House, no, or President Pro Tem. I can't remember what title he was, right? This nigga's in Brazil and whatnot, at a bar being a passport bro. You know,
Who that?
this guy
From
named
where?
his name Edwin Snow. Yeah, it's
From
Google
where?
in Liberia, Liberian politician. He's over in freaking Brazil. You see him out there with these freaking Brazilian chicks and whatnot. They're not thinking about that. He knows his job.
No.
Yeah, this is what you're dealing with. And so those type of Liberians ain't interested in Black Americans coming over there, not because they don't like us, because we're gonna show them up. So the Liberians
Oh,
that
he's a politician?
he's a politician.
No.
I'm not. I tell you no lies. Even George Weah spent 50 days outside the country. The country's going to hell. He's over in the World
50
Cup.
days?
You know, these guys don't care. These guys are jokes, man. That's why we need the BAO is in Liberia, and I got all these people, my brother Ross, everybody going around. We're trying to create a new paradigm in Pan Africa. The only thing that's going to save Liberia. This idea that we could build.
Only thing is Pan-Africanism. That's
And the
what I
only
like
thing,
when you talk.
idea that Liberia. So when you tell them, like, Liberia has a special place in Africa in history, right? And you guys aren't living up to that. They want a lot of them want the whole we're Liberian, we're the first republic, and everything, but they don't want to basically say now is our time to get serious and make Liberia what our founders
Bro,
envisioned.
we need subways in Liberia.
Yeah.
We need subways and trains. What you call bullet trains, man. We need to be past some certain things, man. We need we need to from one end of Liberia to the next end.
Yeah, we need
Real quick.
highways built. We need all that stuff built, man. And bottom line, let me tell you something right now. People say, well, how are you going to do that, right? Black America sits on a lot of pension funds and boards in America. That's billions of dollars that's loaned out to countries and everything all over the world. But we've never tapped into, no one's ever said, let's invest in Africa, a highway system. How do you get your money back? Well, tolls, taxes, like everybody else, and stuff like that, and you could have an agreement where, or you might have to partner with U.S. companies and everything and say, hey, look, if you want to invest here and everything like that, you could have free toll rights to go from Freetown. There should be a highway and a railway system connecting Freetown to Monrovia. That was talked about 100 years ago, that those two cities should be connected, and so these are ideas that we got to keep pushing out there. We got to keep pushing out there, and then once
there should be high speed trains going to maybe Sierra Leone or some shit. You feel me? Real shit.
all that stuff is definitely necessary. And the bottom line is we can do that, and more and more Black people from the West start building Liberia, and Liberia can get its tax base and growth up, and say, "Well,
don't we need how much cities does Liberia have?"
Well, their GDP is like what, $2 billion a year. That's nothing, But it's a
No, I
small.
mean how much cities? Only the one city?
Liberia has small towns. Liberia is like Liberia is like Black America in the 19th century. We built townships, right? Liberia's towns are like all self-sufficient, and that's what Liberia work. They have counties and they have small towns and cities, right? So most people in Liberia, even in the interior, in their city, they had everything they needed. They didn't really need to go to Monrovia or except for real business. They got small cities and towns and whatnot, where everything they got. Everything.
But Monrovia is the only major city.
Yeah, Monrovia is the only major city in Buchanan. That's about it.
Yeah.
and Harper in Maryland, in the South, Harper. You know, there's only three major cities in Liberia. You know, and then you got Ganta in the interior. You know, about four major cities.
which are just town centers.
Towns and cities. Well, I think Ganta's growing good. They got tall buildings being erected. Then Zeredru in the far north, right? Their capital is starting to grow. They got big buildings being erected there and stuff like that. So the interior cities are really like that, you know. And the thing about in the interior, they're more closely to Guinea. You know, you got the railway and the highway. People come across and do trade back and forth from Guinea. You know, so Liberia has a lot going for itself. You know, long coastline. You know, basically virgin land. You look on the map, Google Earth. Like 90% of Liberia is untouched and virgin land and undeveloped.
Yeah, it's just 5 million people.
Yeah. You know,
New York has 20 million people.
New York got 10 million people. But New York can have 30 million people in it, but it only has like 10 million residents.
Okay. Oh, so they just come there. They just come through there every day?
People commute there and everything. New York's infrastructure is so good. They said something like 50 million people could be in New York City at one time. That's how good the infrastructure is, you know, the high trains, everything. You know, New York City grosses $130 billion a year in tourism alone. You know, New York City is a money-making machine. The only thing messing now up is the crime and stuff. You know, but still, people still come there, you know?
Damn. So Liberia's GDP is only $2 billion, you said.
2 billion. That's just on paper, you know. But you know, like I said, Liberia does not have a stock exchange yet, right? So we can't really measure Liberia GDP because there's no stock exchange and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. All right, look, a few Americans visited Ghana about
4 years ago.
About 2 years ago, 2019, and they reached in $1 billion.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that Liberia could do well with that $1 billion. They could get $1 billion more on that GDP or more. You feel me?
Yeah.
With
tourism. The government of Liberia said they're going to focus on tourism as the main objective right now. Tourism will bring in investment. People basically come to the country, visit, like it, and want to.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Priority.
I don't think so. That's slavery and servitude. People, I hate people talking about making their economy better by goddamn it tourism. That's some bullshit.
Let me say this, brother. Let me say this. I understand what you're saying, right? But here's the thing, though, right? It depends on how you look at it, right? If you got Liberians,
all right, what come there for? I mean, like, you don't have no animals. If you mean nobody, you just gonna be a servant.
There's a lot. Say something. You know something? Let me say something. Let me say this, bro. You know, I used to think like you do, right? But do you know, in America, we live in a post-industrial world. You know what? Service actually is like 60% now. Rather than manufacturing. You know, I mean, you got to have. Hold up. We want Liberia to have an industrial manufacturing base. We all know that. But Liberia's population, right, can't justify large scale manufacturing unless they were combined with Sierra Leone and these countries under some economic hub where you manufacturing, you got access to a huge market. You know, you don't have the market there yet. You know, service industry are transportation, medical care, many other things that basically the service sector. You know, delivery.
Hold on, sir. one second, um, big man caller. I don't think they are ready for that. You don't have no 2, 3, 5-star hotels. You don't have the facility to build yourself, and maybe what you build can be an attraction for tourists, but you need to get there first. You feel me? You understand what I'm saying, Carla? You feel me? I mean, like, you don't want to, don't you can't capitalize on these tourists enough. You feel me? Because you don't have the you don't have the arrangement for tourism the real way. You feel me? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the thing is,
So
but we're part of
what I'm thinking is people should stop try to talk about tourism. I think that, like you what Liberia, they should know that it's 40 million Black Americans in America. All you need is a million out of it to enhance your economy. So go for it. Advertise for a million people. Show them the goddamn land and say, this is yours. You can come. Make
Yeah,
the price.
but don't you think people have to go there first to say and vouch for Liberia? Right? What if somebody comes over and says,
That's
and have
that's
a good time, and they basically it goes viral and stuff like that. People say, "Oh man, we had a ball in Liberia," or somebody shoot their next movie in Liberia and whatnot, and they're like, and they show the beaches and everything, and next thing you know, people start flooding there. How do you think Las Vegas was built? Las
no,
Vegas.
but I listen. First, listen. People, I don't think people in America feel that invited. So you actually have to reach out. I think that a deal,
I think bro,
the,
you're wrong because people, Liberian people, are reaching out on social media and stuff like that. They're doing it, just that.
yeah, but that's not
So,
in.
so, so,
That's informal, man. That's informal. That is informal. Our people are important people. You can't be throwing things around to our people. Our people deserve respect and honor. So you need to formally invite our people. That's how I see things. Don't throw one and two people hear shit. No, we need to hear that George Weah has um accommodated Black Americans with these 2 acres of land, and is inviting them to come build their town or some shit. Mhm.
that right there will come. When you got more black people interested in Liberia, trust me. You got a lot of black people, black Americans who were there talking to George Weah, talking to the government, stuff like that, making stuff known and everything. But when we
Yeah,
start, let me say this, brother. The problem
yeah.
right now is, Gambia did that right, but instead of attracting the right type of black people from America, they're attracting, I ain't gonna name names, and people like, okay, we did that and everything, and Liberia's watching all that, they know what type of black people they want over there, the black people with the money and stuff like that to lead us, and let's be honest with ourselves, right? We as a people, Black America, we don't like leaders. We don't like leaders. Everybody think they can go to Africa, do their own thing, and be not under coordinated. We were coming as one group. I created an organization called the Association of African Americans for Liberia, right? You can join that group on Facebook. You can join it on my social network site. And we everybody came under there and said, look, we have a unified policy, right? But as soon as basically I tell people that, right? Next thing you know, they're forming their own group, they're doing their own thing and everything. Instead of us being centralized in one organization, having one united front and speaking with one voice, you
Yeah,
know,
but how much of the black world can you do that to? You need to do it in a sense where you be like the head organization, and they can branch off with loyalty to your organization as the
and
head. Something like that.
that's not possible in the age of YouTube, right? As soon as somebody gets their own YouTube channel, you can't tell them nothing. I did that. I tried that, and people go off and they do their own thing. They create their own WhatsApp group. They go like that. I'm doing my own thing, and nothing ever
You
gets
gotta
done.
use psychology. Um,
I use every trick in the book. Ask Bomani, we got the people, we got all the people and everything, but everybody's doing their own thing. That's the danger of social media. That's why I said, this is why I come on this show, right? I said, look, I want to be centralized, right? And I have a social network. I said, look, my social network, this YouTube channel is all I pretty much use. I would say, you want to be with me, you come here, you get with Bomani, you get myself and everything. Everybody else doing their own thing, if you're not under my social network and everything, you don't exist to me. I'm not backing off from that. So people want to go out there, do their own thing. They want to, I don't need Kala and whatnot. You got people out there follow me, learn about Liberia, and suddenly they're going over there and whatnot. They want to talk all big, like, oh, like, dude, you learned about Liberia from me. You don't want to give me credit or anything like that. So you want to go ahead and
Carla, ain't nobody learn about Liberia from you. Did you? When did Liberia get organized?
No,
Liberia
I'm
is
talking
a
about
place
Liberia.
all of it on it.
That's an emphatic fact. You don't know where I'm
Please,
talking about.
but don't you need to be careful of no,
I have to say
but
this,
you
right, bro.
still need to be careful of how you speak because people
No,
will feel
I'm just telling you.
intimidated.
Look, I'm just telling the truth. I don't care about people's
You
feelings.
didn't make nobody learn
I'm
about
saying,
no goddamn Liberia.
look, I basically studied, but before I came along, right? Most people thought Liberia was this country with black
Self
people in America,
glorification.
came like that.
Stop talking about yourself,
I rewrote the narrative
bro.
about Liberia's history.
Bro, stop talking about yourself.
I'm with some of Liberia's top scholars. I'm up there with some of.
Carla, stop self-indulging.
I'm
Stop
not.
talking about yourself.
That's a
Leave
problem right
that
there.
alone.
That's not self. That's not
So
self.
what you want? A trophy?
That's just a
What
fact.
do you want? A trophy?
No, I'm
When
not
you talk,
trophy. I'm just
when you
stating the
talk
fact.
about
Look, I
what
didn't say
you
nothing.
do all the
Look,
time,
bro. Look, that's not self-indulgence. That's
calm
telling the
down,
truth.
man.
That's
But
just
don't
telling the
tell
truth.
nobody that you taught them about Liberia. Don't tell people that stuff.
Bomani, who taught you about
Liberia is an entity by itself. Everybody,
Bomani,
Michael Jackson taught us about
Bomani?
Liberia.
Tell our good brother here who basically taught you and everybody else about Liberia. Spoke about
You know
Liberia.
what,
Michael Jackson taught me
brother?
about Liberia.
All right. Let me just chime in. So what Kala is saying that as far as this there's many different African countries that are out there, way before we were born and everything. But as far as us, even in our circle, we teach each other and share with each other about certain countries. So Kala was one of the few people I saw out there, literally talking about Liberia. So that's what he mentioned. And then with that, he basically draw that interest in, just like myself. Ghana was always there before. People like myself just brought our own audience involved in the connection. So
And I love and respect that. You feel me? But you can't be a chauvinist about it.
Oh, I'm not being
Just
chauvinist.
calm
I'm not being
down.
chauvinist. I mean, that's a problem with us black people, right? As soon as somebody say no, that's why nobody wants to do anything, right?
You
If,
don't
let
want
me
all right,
let me
you
give you
said
an example, right? You got bros out there, right, who are saying now, oh, black people in America, right? You're going to Ghana and you're becoming gentrifiers and putting the Ghanaians out. Damn. So if you go to Ghana, build something, right? Build a property, you're hurting the Ghanaians, right? If you don't go to Ghana, stay in America. You just
brother,
do it right here. Stay in
you
America.
can't
It's
win,
damn if
bro.
you do it, damn if you don't. It's like, damn, what do people want from us?
it's not the
Can you
same thing.
can you put that last comment up? Can you put that last comment up? That bird from CJ, Jackie, John guy. He said, yeah, I learned a lot from Liberia for listening to him on this channel and Search for Huru. Thanks for so long. Yeah, for years, right?
True that. True that.
So the bottom line is I was educating people about this country. People had no idea of the greatness of Liberia, right? And I've studied Liberia for almost 30 years. I did the research. I didn't just somebody just came out of nowhere. I've been studying this country for 30 years.
Yeah. But yeah, you can say, I've been trying to publicize the interior of Liberia to the people for years. And that would be allowed. But don't tell nobody that you made them know about Liberia. Come on.
I was the only one talking about Liberia. Everybody was like, "Oh, Liberia's like I said, if you know what Liberia did,
So
Liberia
you
was
don't think So
The only black, the
Michael
only black,
Jackson.
only
Hold
constitution.
on, but Michael Jackson spoke about Liberia before you, right?
Only country in Africa where in the Constitution only black people
Hold on.
could
Did
own land.
Michael Jackson speak about Liberia before you?
Yes, absolutely, brother. But before we
I think you
continue,
missed the point, bro.
before we continue, Kala is not saying that that he invented Liberia or anything like that. I mean, literally, so we're just taking it too far. But
Yeah, well, I'm just saying though. Yeah, well, I'm
it,
just saying.
Kala is proud of the research he
But
does.
I like what Carla is doing. Focus on Liberia is good, man. I respect that shit. You feel me? I don't have no offense
Now
about it. You feel me?
I studied a lot of African countries, right? But I said this country has a significant heritage, right? With black people in the diaspora, not just African Americans, Jamaicans. John Brown Westbourne was a Liberian founding father, right? He was from Jamaica,
Yeah.
I put that out there, Edward Wilmot Blyden, right? The most educated black man who ever lived, right? Now, he basically came from the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Danish Virgin Islands, and he
Yeah.
basically he was the father of Pan Africanism. He was the father of Pan Africanism. He was the one
Yeah.
who coined the term Pan Africanism because before that it was called Pan Negroism, And his
Okay.
teacher, Mr. Dr. Drayden, right? Not Dr. Drayden, excuse me, Dr. R. Ford McGill of the McGill clan of the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company, right? He was the one
Yeah.
who termed Pan African. This Liberia civilization is a black civilization, basically saying Pan Africa means black people, all black men should have a government of black men, And he was Edward Wilmot Blythe became the father of what we call Pan Africanism,
Yeah.
from the Danish the Virgin Islands, right? And he was one of the first ones that publicly called Black America the African American. I know about Liberia, but Carl, the first one I know is the promoted Liberia. Yeah, I promoted Liberia.
Exactly. So again, people like myself and other people we knew about Liberia, and also Kala literally just brought in that's
Yeah. Oh, you mean
so
they defending you, Carla? They defending you, man.
yeah, but also it has to be put in perspective. So
Yeah, I'm just trying to put this perspective, right?
no, I'm just saying as far as how what you're saying, Kala, we're just trying to put it in perspective.
I'm not trying to put a crown on my head. Or I'm the king of Liberia. No, I'm not.
Yeah, this brother right here, excellent King of Kings. This as far as promoting it, so perfect. Yeah, so Kala, hopefully you're good. Let me just go through the schedule and we'll just
we're still on schedule, man. We can get off track.
No, brother. I mean, I'm going through the schedule and you chime in and then you chime in for a long time.
I mean, feel free to cut me off, man.
No, if you have to talk, you have to talk, man.
Go ahead. Yeah, I can go off on these tangents.
We have time on this network.
I mean, nobody not gonna know about your stuff if you don't promote it. So go ahead, man.
Yeah, so family, back to the schedule. So the things we're talking about as far as Liberia is a historical connection. So day 5, city tour, repatriation settlement for stolen Africans. So this is where we're going into the deep history. This is part of what you would hear Kala talking about over the years, the 1822 settlement. All right. So that is Providence Island. So on this day, we're gonna be rocking our Africa for Africans T-shirt and just putting the energy towards all these incredible places. And our goal is to get the best historical tour guide that's gonna break down all these historical locations. Because while we're going there, what we're doing is documenting all of this history and we're putting it out there. That way, it could be more popular and more into the energy. Since these are not things that most of us are gonna just get in depth information on, whether we do a small.
Liberia has islands.
Yes, it has a few islands.
Few islands off the coast of Grand Cru. There's islands and everything. Some billionaire tried to buy one of the islands and whatnot. Liberia said, "Get the hell out of here." Liberia has a good coast guard and navy. They be busting Chinese vessels trying to steal Liberia. Liberia's a maritime country.
They got a good navy.
Yeah, a good navy and a good coast guard. Their coast guard trained by some of the best in the world, and they're busting ships smuggling goods. They busting people trying to bring drugs. They busting people doing illegal fishing. So Liberia was set up as a first world country. And it is rebuilding what was already there.
So they always have that navy
Yeah,
since
Liberian Navy. Let me tell you about the history of Liberian Navy. Let me get off on time. I'll make this.
because they used to make ships.
Yeah, Liberia used to build ships. Yes, in the port of Buchanan, they used to assemble ships. They used to actually assemble, not really build them. They take all the parts and build them for their massive logging industry and stuff like that, and iron ore. And they used to assemble ships in Buchanan. Liberia had the largest registry of merchant vessels. Liberian Navy started when Queen Victoria gave Joseph Jacobs Robinson, first president, a battleship to combat slavery on the coast, a slave trade on the coast. And Liberia had a couple of battleships, and it had a lot of what they call schooners that were one cannon ships that would patrol the river mouths and everything to end the slave trade on this coast. So Liberia is a maritime country. And then there was also Liberia was always backed up by a U.S. Navy further out to sea, out of sight. But Liberia patrolled this coast with its own ships, and they would recaptured ships, slave ships, right, and bring those people to Liberia and make them Liberians. So Liberia has Liberia's maritime history. The Maserati group of companies used to ship goods all over the world, steamboats. Liberia, E.J. Roy was a Liberian who went to Liberia in the 1860s, right? And he came there. He was a businessman from Ohio, from Akron, Ohio. And he came there and he became one of the wealthiest Liberians. He started his own trading company, importing back to the United States, cotton and everything. And he became rich, and he had a whole merchant fleet of ships. So Liberia has a great history, that we need to know about.
All right, absolutely, Colin. Appreciate you, brother. So family. So that's what we're doing. So this is also an incredible historical journey to where the history that Colin is talking about. We're putting you in the physical location where the history took place, and we're documenting it right there and creating documentation and putting more information out on this incredible country, Liberia, as we're looking to build the energy of tourism, to build more interest, and then get more and more people open to investment, living, doing business. And that's just our program there from Ghana and Liberia to America and back. All right, so that is that historical day. And yes, there are a few different islands and a few different historical places. We're going to be going to Liberia National Museum, Capitol Hill, and a few places. So this is another part of the city tour. So what you're looking at now is you're looking at 3 full days that we're in Liberia. And from the Roots and Culture Tour to the Tropical Beach Paradise Day to City Tour, Repatriation Settlement. So that is a nice introduction and a nice welcome into the country. All right, so the next day we're gonna take we're gonna check out of the hotel and we're gonna head out to the countryside for a few days. So day 6, Robertsport, Grand Cape, Mount County. Day 7, Gola Forest National Park. Day 8, Saniquelli City, birth of OAU, Nimba County. So those are the 3 incredible days right there. And I'm sure Kala wants to just give a breakdown on that journey that we're taking for 3 days before we get back to Monrovia.
Check out Nana Beach, beautiful. I'm saying Robertsport and whatnot. They got surfing. I'm not been to surfing because I'm scared of sharks. But from what I hear, there's never been a shark attack, whatever like that. But I don't want to press my luck. Liberians now have world surfing competitions and everything. Go look up Liberian surfing on YouTube and everything. You'll be amazed. They got some incredible waves. They got boating. They got kayaking. They got everything in Lake Pizzo and everything. Robertsport, Nana Beach is like nothing but short of a heaven on earth, right? When you see the Robertsport, the old city and stuff like that, you understand how people lived in virtually a heaven overlooking the ocean. Black community overlooking the ocean, doing the same thing they did in America with their fish fries and everything, enjoying their life, building their schools, educating themselves, and marrying and having fun. That's what Black life is supposed to be about. Nimba County is where Saniquelli is. Saniquelli on a hinge of the one guy, I forgot his name. I think his name is Stewart. He was a Garveyite, right? He was a Marcus Garvey follower, but he went to Liberia, became part of the Liberian legislature, and basically from the smart thing, he used his position in Liberian legislature to basically put the suggestion of a organization of African unity. And so what happened was Tubman signed on to it, Sekou Touré and Kwame Nkrumah, who was in Guinea at the time. They said, meet us at Senekweli on the border. That's on the border of Ghana, Guinea and thing. So these three men, Sekou Touré, and Nkrumah, two African brothers, and Tubman, descendants of African slaves, they met there. They hugged, they cried, they kissed, they embraced and everything. And they said, look, we're going to form a thing. We're going to give our people a chance of liberation. So it was there in the hills of Senekweli. The monument's still there. We're going to lay a wreath at the monument for the birth of the OAU right there in Senekweli, Liberia, And so we're going to do a candlelight, whatever we got to do, we're going to make it really official. And that's we're going to celebrate the start of this idea of a Pan-African one Africa, Black African Republic nation, United Africa, which was born right there in Liberia, And so all this history was erased from us when we don't know this history. And so therefore, what we're doing is, with this tour, it's going to be well documented and stuff like that. And we're going to tell people the true history of Liberia. Once this happened, once people know the real history of Liberia, and they know what happened and how we lost, how we can get it back right, you're going to see a revolution happen. You're going to see a real revolution happen. You're going to say we have more positive than negative as far as like Liberia and Black America and Africa,
All right, beautiful brother Kala. Appreciate your energy. And so family, that's our good brother Kala here breaking it down while we're going through the itinerary. And I'm going to give you a quick overview in a few. I'm just going to finish up on the itinerary. So those are the 3 days, on the road right there, just taking you away from the city area and taking you out to the countryside. And this countryside direction it gets you closer to Sierra Leone. So for those who are not looking at a map, that's where we are, Liberia. And then we're going up in the direction closer to Sierra Leone, and you're going up in the direction closer up into the mountains. So 3 beautiful days getaway. Then we're going to head back to our wonderful beach resort, Kenija resort, and we're right there on the ocean. So you'll be able to just come back, relax, kick back. We have a nice dinner and a nice repatriation and investment conference. So these are things that we're going to be working on and building. That way, we'll give you a nice professional connection. So we have brother Kala is a man of many networks. So he's also going to tell you about all the wonderful people that he'll be inviting and tell him to join us. That way, we can just learn more about living and doing business and investing in Liberia. And Kala, before you go and talk about that, the next day, family, is day 10 free day. So final shopping, final this energy, and then we have the farewell dinner at the Calabash restaurant. So Kala picked 2 beautiful ones, Fusion and the Calabash, as far as the welcome and farewell dinner. So that's going to be the full schedule right there. And then, the next day, we're on our way back to the airport and, sequence of, single connection flight on Royal Air Maroc and get you back to New York. And from New York, you just connect. But let's go back and talk about the business and investment conference and networking before we close out on this itinerary and open up the next phase. So greetings, good brother Kala. Talk about what's our possibilities with this business investment conference that we'll hold right there at RLJ.
Let me tell you, first off,
Hey. So it was nice talking to you guys. I'm going drop out. So thank you, man.
Keep in touch.
Absolutely, brother. And we're gonna make sure we
social network, man. Join the BAO social network.
We're gonna make sure. I'm gonna open back up to the tour overview real quick while we talk.
All right.
Open it back up. So this is the tour overview. It's on the same link, family, on your left right there. So Someone was asking about the price earlier. That is the price right there for you, along with what's included and what's not included. And then all of these wonderful highlights that we just talked about earlier to all these wonderful places. But our good brother Kala is about to share information about investment, and I'll leave this off tour overview up. All right, go ahead, good brother Kala.
Okay, now the thing about Liberia is, and I'm seeing this, unlike other countries, right? You basically will have access to high levels of people that want to do business, right? You know, the Liberian Tourism Association will be with us, right? Liberian investments and all this different types of NGOs that basically that I'm connected to and is connected to Bomani will be there. Liberians who are investors and stuff like that, you know, who are into the tourism and real estate people like that will be there. You know, people basically that we want to invite when Liberians have gone back to Liberia and made good money. You had one brother that basically, a young brother from Miami, who got an exclusive contract to import Chinese beer, and he's a millionaire now, you know, and he's basically importing Chinese liquor and stuff like that. And Liberia honors contracts, okay? If you basically have a product that you want to sell in Liberia, you have a brand or you have an exclusive right, whatever like that, the government of Liberia, when you incorporate in Liberia, will honor that. There's lawyers and everything like that that are on our team and stuff like that. We'll make sure that no one's going to bootleg or no one's going to circumvent you or whatever like that. So it's a good place to invest as far as that's concerned. You know, Liberia takes very, very seriously bootlegging and people bringing in false stuff and everything. So if you want to import, what I would suggest to do is get into the export business in Liberia. Find products that you think that will sell overseas in America. I have one. I have an idea. I'm not going to tell anybody what it is because I don't want anybody stealing my idea, you know. But you can make a lot of money, right? Because a lot of stuff that you buy in Liberia that you know is going to be popular in America, you know, manufactured goods and everything like that. You could go put an order in and everything like that, and you could just basically have it shipped to the United States, duty free, do DSL. And I heard there's other shipping things. We use shipping containers and stuff like that. That's another thing that we have to look at. We have to look at people that the average Liberian in America and Africa in general already know how to ship goods to Africa. You know, you got a Liberian brother that's in San Francisco that ships barrels of goods to Liberia all the time. So when you go to Liberia, when you go to Freeport, Monrovia, all you see is containers coming in from all over the world and everything. These are Liberians bringing this stuff to their country. You can get in on that, right? And also you can get in on stuff that's made in Liberia. So we have this, I want to showcase this Liberian Next series that I created 12 years ago called Liberian Next. It's called the Liberian Next. These are products that we want to identify that are Liberian made, right? Liberia is now getting into everything from wine making to peanut butter making to all this stuff like that, you know. And the bottom line, if you come with an investment, you can say, let's say if you have like $15,000, $10,000 to $15,000 right in your pocket, right? And you say, I want to buy this stuff like that in a huge quantity, right? You got to get the people on the ground, make sure the stuff is made on the ship and shipped to the United States and everything. And you could distribute it and drop ship it in America. So we start that sort of energy where we got people coming in there and writing their checkbook. I want this, I want this. That's going to spur manufacturing. You know, spur manufacturing. Everything from furniture. Liberians have the best furniture makers I've ever seen. Granted, I haven't been to many places, but you have all this stuff like that made in Liberia, right? That you can basically buy for really cheap and mark it up and sell it in America. There's all kinds of stuff. Look at what the people are making. That's why I said go in there, finding out, think, oh, this guy makes good furniture. Hey, make him a contact. Hey, look, I like to buy some of these stuff. I would like to buy some of those chairs you make. I like to buy that stuff like that sofa, everything you make. How much you want? Okay. You're like, wow, that's for that. You're gonna make like 5 times over what you sell for in America, right? But you're creating a connection, and you're doing business, which we should be doing naturally. And you're not gonna get no award for it, but that's what you should be doing in the first place. Black people always act, well, we don't got nothing, why not? Well, you got a whole country, not just Liberia and everything, where they make goods and everything that you could sell anywhere in the world. And you want to do this before everybody else gets in on it. And they're basically selling their stuff to the Chinese and Lebanese, and they're selling on Alibaba and eBay. So go in there making connections, learn about how you can basically open your own warehouse and storage place. That's another business people need to get into if they're going to invest in Liberia. You should have one person, like let's say, out of every 10 investors, right? You should have one person that focuses on storage units and stuff like that, where people can store their goods and stuff like that while they're in the country. Store their furniture, store their goods and valuables. Storage units and all stuff like that. There's all kinds of opportunity available because building, and also in Liberia, let me tell you something. You're going to see a lot of abandoned buildings there, buildings that can be rehabbed, and buildings that are abandoned, you have to find out who owns it, whatever like that. You probably get it for dirt cheap. There's a lot of abandoned buildings, a lot of abandoned properties when that people did unfinished projects and everything. What they need is the energy from black people from America. Say, look, man, this could be a place where I could basically do trading, a trading company, import and export. So, and then all of a sudden you got a deed, that's wealth right there. Your properties could be valued. Say, oh, it's probably worth such and such because you put the fencing, and you could have it appraised and stuff like this. So there's all kinds of opportunity as far as like a thing. So this is thing. Yeah, you can import unfinished goods into duty free. You can import finished goods into the U.S. duty free. Because of AGOA. The African Growth and Opportunities Act. Many black people are taking advantage of that. You can import goods into the United States, right? Duty free. Not only that, like I said, Liberian labor's cheap, right? But like I said, when I was there, I had a driver. I was paying him more and paying for his meals. But we want to do the right thing. Say this person make this, pay him a little more than everybody else is paying him. It'll go a long way. Why? Because you want the people that could do stuff to come to us. We want to basically have a monopoly on the labor by paying on time, and paying a little more, and socializing with the people. Getting to know the people on a first name basis. I know it's business, right? You can do business and be friends and at the same time develop a relationship. You want this, I need this. Once we do this and everything like that, we're friends and everything. It's business. But you have to establish those sort of relationships. And that's what this what's important for it. Building relationships with the local people.
And there you go, family. Reconnecting to the roots, reconnecting to our people in Liberia. So that is our great historical journey, and that is a list of our different countries. And this is a serious family. So this is the second country that we're focusing specifically on a full reconnection. And Kala's broken it down and basically explaining why this is a great option for repatriation, and the connection with America makes it a great situation for many people who it may not work out in other African countries based on the lack of connection and things like that. So there we go, family. So we have talked about that. So check out the website, check out the details, reach out to us.
People say, let me say
reconnect
something,
with
brother.
you.
Now, people always get on me when I talk about Liberia, and I say, you abandon the idea of Afrikstan? No. When we say Afrikstan, we want municipalities and all stuff like that, but, Liberia, you don't really need that, Liberia is an Afrikstan, basically, but they still got a government and everything like that, Liberia is a country where, that's not really necessary to build in a city. It's so small population. All basically you have to do, just a small number of us can be really influential in the country because the country's so small, the population is so small. So building an Afrikstan is not really necessary in a country like Liberia. It would be necessary in a place like Angola or Zambia.
And that's it, family. Absolutely. So, family, Kala's been sharing the whole connection with you for the importance and the energy of Liberia. So hopefully people are feeling it, and I'm just putting some dates right there in front of you. It's a whole lot of country, whole lot of dates. But look for that Liberia right there, the beginning of 2024. So that's that full journey. All right, so Kala, appreciate your brother sharing away, and
Yeah,
let's get back to see if anyone
must
is
have
open to
joined.
join us and have anything to share. Hopefully, people enjoyed information from the tour details to the circle information about Liberia, and then the one or two trolls and their comments.
But I appreciate the people in the comments backing me up. I appreciate that. I said I don't want to
Absolutely.
be I don't want to be Nikolai Tesla. Nikolai Tesla had all the inventions. Nobody knows who the hell he was. Being humble. I just want to do this. Not me. Shit. Get the hell out of here with that shit. You're gonna Nikolai Tesla me. I'm like this. I said, this is an opportunity. We have a historical connection and stuff like that. I was one preaching the Liberian gospel. I formed the Association of African Americans of Liberia 12 years ago, 2011. And before I came on and whatnot, there was Liberians hate me. Now they love me. Now Liberians, they were not me and Wayne one used to go at it. Wow, now his sister loves me. She's my sister. And basically, and let me tell you something about Africans in Africa. Don't ever take it for granted, right? Just because you're black or you get Africa, that you're going to get the same reception. That's why a lot of people say ADOS FBA, because they got their feelings hurt when dealing with Africans, I expected, okay, people will say stuff on that, and I weathered it, and basically they saw what I'm about and everything, and I'm dead serious about this. And so now Liberians accept me as one of their own. They accept me just as a part of their family. And so a lot of people go to Africa with these rose-colored glasses and everything. I knew it wasn't going to be like that. I know the history, and to be honest with ourselves, right? You go to any black community, right? Just because you're black don't mean you could. If you're from New York, you can't just go to Detroit and say, man, no. Detroit got their own way of doing things, and I'm like, who are you? You ain't from here. You ain't from my neck of the woods and everything. Same thing in Africa. You gotta expect that. But for God's sake, you don't say, yo, man, they diss me when I'm an ADOS FBA now. That's stupid. African Americans are a distinct ethnic group. Dude, man, let me tell you something, right? Any black person that lives in America for a generation is an African American, as far as I'm concerned. This idea that only African Americans descend from the planet, get the hell out of here. There's African Americans. What was Prince Hall? We consider them African Americans. What was Marcus Garvey?
These people love you, man. They enjoy trolling you. And you always see the keyword in there, ADOS.
Yeah, ADOS.
So I guess he forgot to spell. I guess he meant to put FBA/ADOS.
FBA. And so the whole thing is this. I don't know what this is. You know what I get? What I don't get with the FBA ADOS people, I don't understand. Maybe they can call in. They now got no smoke for white people. All that smoke is African immigrants, right? Now I went off on Afro Dumbass the other night, right? I destroyed him, right? He talking shit about Black America. I defend Black America. That's my people. That's why they come first with me. They come first. Black Americans come first. But I'm not no freaking ADOS FBA, and a lot of these people basically just want a severance of ties with Africa. While the whole thing is this, while the world's getting smaller, we become more global, right? You want to basically sit in America for the next 100 years, right? With no diplomatic ties, no trade, no anything, and give our future generations nothing but be at the mercy of white America. No, that's not going to happen. If you think we're just going to fold up and say, something, we're ADOS FBA, that's not because you believe that, honestly, that you just want to basically be known as just an American, right? And be at the complete mercy of white people in America. It don't work like that. I know when I was growing up, I knew white kid. I had a white kid, a friend of mine, right? This kid, Frank Rossi, right? And I never forget this. When I was in senior high school, right? And we was talking about racism and stuff like that, right? And he's a white boy. He said, yeah, if something happens to him, man, I can just always go back to Italy. And I had Jewish friends that would say, yeah, man, I got my passport to Tel Aviv if something happens or whatever like that, I'm the only one sitting there talking about it. It's like, where are you going? North Carolina? And that's what I said, man, what do I got? What do I got? I learned that from growing up around white immigrants. I grew up in New York. The white kids I grew up around with immigrant background. They'll always talk about Poland, and I'm from Germany, I'm German, like that. I love my German. I have relatives in Germany. So I grew up around people like that, and I was always envious that people have something outside. They enjoy all the privilege of being white in America, but even them, with all the privilege of white in America, they're like, I'm not going to sell my soul to America. I used to have white kids tell me that. I love America, but as soon as America starts saying something to me, I had a kid, a white boy, friend of mine. He was a Italian Catholic, right? And then he told me one time, he said, look, man, it makes you hard to be patriotic when you found out that America discriminated against Catholics. I said, duh. Imagine how you feel. You're a Catholic. You're a white man. You're Catholic. Imagine how I feel. He said, I kind of understand what the blacks are going through because I heard that Catholics were discriminated against in America. So it makes you hard. Like black people in America have been patriotic while we were getting lynched. We were basically the only group of people that never had any place else. And I'm saying to myself, you could be an American, be proud of being American, but in the back of your mind, you got to escape. You got someplace else. That's just common sense. Why would somebody? It's like somebody in jail, in prison, right? And wouldn't it be better if you knew you had a release date? Or you got, okay, when you get out of jail, you got a job or money lined up for you and everything. And then you got the pool. I don't need nothing. I'm in jail. I rep this jail. I'm in jail. I got no place to go. And the warden, or whatever like that. Or somebody says, you know something? I got a date that I'm going to get out of here and move on. If I want to. Or somebody, if you're on a job that you don't like. And you say, this job is getting me nowhere, right? Wouldn't it be nice to basically say, look, I got a backup company that I can quit this job and go to another job. You have an option. That's what other people have. Other people have options. We don't. So this is what this is all about. Baruchi says the reason that the so-called elevated Harris that no smoke was Lulu, as you said, because Lulu was responsible for violence, including amenities, and they don't understand a lot of the stuff that they great white people, we created ourselves. White people would not have this wealth that they have without us. We're internal colonies for them. Black people generate $1.7 trillion a year. And we took all our money and basically funneled that through our own supply chains and investments and outside America. America will collapse. And also America, we provide America is basis of cheap labor in America. Everything you see in America, right? Without the black labor, whatever, the country would collapse. So we don't give ourselves credit. We built our institutions, We did all those things and everything. So America likes to give credit for every success in America. Anything that's failing in Black America, it's our fault. Anytime you see Black people say, oh, what a great American he is. Look at this Black man. He's so successful and everything. But when we fail and we're not doing well, oh, these people are no good. Whatever. Like, look at these people. They don't know what they want. America's great when we're winning. We're winning for them. As soon as we lose, look at how they're treating the soccer players, right? That lost. I feel sorry for those African soccer players in France. They're being called monkey and everything because they lost. When they were winning, oh, yes. As soon as they lost, when that you're no use to them. Yeah, our intellectual capital. How much our brain power and everything and ingenuity that we contribute to this country. All our inventions and everything like that we contributed. So these people, these FBA people think that, oh, it's all white people doing all this. No, it's us too. And we're saying you can have a piece of America. I have no problem with that. I have no problem saying I'm an American, right? But why would you have a problem with somebody saying, let's also build on the continent? I'm not saying bum rush the coast. I'm not some of these YouTubers that say, we just got to get out, we're just doing so bad in America. No, we're doing great in America. We can do even better in Africa if we're organized and do it right. That's coming from Kala Genesis, somebody with wisdom and experience, not these goofballs that you see on the YouTube telling you just go to Africa with no plan, no money. You saw that video, that thing I sent you, Bomani, right? There's a sister that's talking about she's going to Ghana. She's 62 years old. She has no income,
Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely.
no
Seen that
income,
text.
no income, no pension, no social security, no anything. And because she took the advice of go back to Africa, we're not telling you to do that. If you're
Yeah, I
62
didn't
years
expect you to
old,
call a man's name out, but yeah.
look, I got to tell like it is, man. If Go Black has a problem, he can come on here. I know he's watching. And friggin' just say, hey, Kala, man, I think you were wrong for calling me out like that. It is what it is. There's a difference between an African realist and a Pan-African realist and a Pan-African enthusiast. The Kala Genesis always says the enthusiasm, exaggeration is a bastard child of enthusiasm. When someone is exaggerating, they're an enthusiast. They want you to believe something, you know? And a lot of times they believe it. They don't even believe it themselves, but they want you to believe it so they can have company. The Bible says 82 shall form on earth shall be manifested in heaven. That means that wherever you believe, you got to get somebody else to believe with you. How crazy it is.
All right, cool, man. Continue about the comment that you call it.
Okay. Well, the lady was just basically saying that, she's going back. Well, I could go to Ghana. Go Black said I could just start growing my own food and hunting for my own food. But 62 years old. What's a 62-year-old lady talking about she's going to grow her own food and sell it on the roadside and whatnot? And this stupid stuff. But notice how when you heard the girl from Liberia, right? What's she saying? Build houses, Liberia's already wired to basically have the best. Liberia started off as a modern country. They don't know anything else but modernization. So when you deal with Liberians, you're already talking to people that know what you want. You want modern life. You want indoor plumbing. You want refrigerator. You want all these things. You want all these things that that you get in America, like the sister said. All the things that you get in America. It may take some time and everything, but that's the type of society in Liberia that they're trying to build. Just going out there, just doing anything and living like any kind of way. That's not it. Liberia's starting to show itself as the reason why Liberia was what it was. All these other countries in Africa got their modernization and their modern way of living watching Liberia. They don't want to go back to living in mud huts and living in nothing wrong with that if you want that what you want. But Liberians, this is what they want. They want this modern way of life. That's what they want. They want the modern world. So no excuse. No compromise. They want the modern world. Liberia is just a little black America in Africa, basically. So Liberia is a perfect country for black people. I call it Africa made easy. We go there and you're going to basically get the modern way of life and Africa at the same time. Anybody go back to Africa, you have to go back with a plan. True talk. Yeah, you got to have a plan, You have to have a real plan. If you don't have a real plan, stay in America. It's not that bad in America that you got to go there with no Social Security, no savings, no investments, no anything, and then pay high-ass prices for rent and everything like that. You got the one couple from Ghana that the husband and his wife were talking about, we got to leave because the rent just went up and blah, blah, blah. Who don't go through that? They should have went to Liberia, right? Nothing against Ghana. And they could have built a nice life for themselves for real cheap, and you're still in the African continent. You can still get on a plane and go to Ghana if you want to. That's another thing we're promoting. Just because if you love Ghana, you can probably live in Liberia and travel to Ghana. Travel to Nigeria. Travel to these other countries, But you got a place in Africa that's like a sanctuary. That's what I'm trying to promote. It's not like every other African country. Liberia has so much in common with Black America. It's like a extension of Black America and the diaspora. So you don't have to basically go to all these other countries. You could be in Liberia, You could be in Liberia, basically say, something, man, I want to go to Kenya, Range of white, to Kenya. You go to South Africa, but you got a place for them. Well, I want to have Liberia as a place where If we're doing business on the continent, right? No matter where we at, we got some place to we can go back to, so we don't have to really come back to the United States. So we build these communities in Liberia. We'll have a functioning community that's connected with the continent, and we'll be outside the jurisdiction of the laws of the United States. That's what I hope for. You know, that's what I hope for. That's what I want. You're muted, Bomani.
Excellent, good work right there. So, Kala, hopefully you had a good deliverance of sharing the energy of Liberia with everyone. So, family, if anyone have any questions, if they want a dialogue, link us, join us.
Yeah, come on the show and talk. Yeah, come on the show and talk. Come on the show and ask some questions, man. You know, come on the show and ask some questions. You know.
So that's a link right there.
We can discuss
Family.
anything.
Or call in us, give us some good news. Tell us that you're coming to Liberia with us, or you're coming on one of these journeys, and you're looking to enjoy your getaway and also put some black dollars in some black hands. Black
And not only
entrepreneurship.
that, check us out. When you join the BAO, you can look at different chapters and network with people all over the continent. You know, network with the continent. You know, you can basically be in Rwanda, or you can be in all these countries all at the same time, right from Liberia. So therefore, it's we live in the age of the internet. You know, and like I said, Liberia got good Wi-Fi service. You know, I would have to say maybe because there's not a lot of people on it. You know, but the Wi-Fi signal was the strongest I've ever seen. You know, anywhere. You know, I'm like, damn. In Liberia, like my Wi-Fi is strong as hell. You know, I was like, maybe because most people use data cards or whatever like that. You know, but Liberia's Wi-Fi is no joke. You know, so you can basically doing business and everything like that. You know, connected to the rest of the continent. That's the world we're living in, folks. You know, once you're on the continent and everything, you're plugged in with the rest of the internet, and the social internet allows us to plug with each other no matter where we're at in the world.
There you go, family. And so Kala is sharing his experience in Liberia. So your first experience in Liberia, your first experience in Africa. I'm sure it was amazing. I'm sure it was magical.
I can't wait to get back there. I can't wait to get back there.
I'm sure you have a profound experience and a profound reflection on it, and I'm definitely sure you're looking to get back. When is your next journey to Liberia, and what you looking to
like
accomplish?
I said, I would be on the plane next week, but I got business. You know, that's the whole thing. That's why I envy these people that can just get on a plane and go anytime and everything like that. You know, I got a business to run here in America, and I can't do that. I got so many big things popping. This is my. I don't make money off the movement. You know. So I don't got somebody sending me GoFundMe's. I don't got somebody sending me super chats and shit like that. So I can't just basically go anytime I want to. I got to make my money here, you know, and I got to do business here. My business here comes first, you know.
There you go, brother. I appreciate the breakdown. This is one for you and I right there.
Yeah, I like the Bomani and Kala team up. Great example that black men could do work. Yeah, Bomani and I talk every day. You know, and the more we're building this, and when we're showing people, we're giving people leadership, whether they want it or not. You know, they don't like that's fine, but it's here. We're giving people direction. We're giving people this because we know this is the right thing. I don't have to lie and tell people, yeah, go that. Your life in America is so terrible. No, I want black people who got money, success, who say I got everything I need in America, but there's a void. You know, that's what it was for me, a void. You know, and when you go with that connection with Africa, is a void. And you come back to America, do you have your job and everything? You got a business established in Africa. You got there's a lot of people that do that. There's a lot of people that I'm in Ghana, I go to Kenya and everything. They're doing that on their own. They're not on YouTube. You know?
All right, perfect. Let me just do a quick little few seconds right there and show people what we're talking about right here without saying much of anything right here, family. There we go. All these. All right, here we go. We're gonna play this one for them real quick. There you go, family. So, family, the key thing that you see is you see a spinning globe, and you see the big word that say building a global black business pipeline. So that's what it's really about, family. Literally, this us doing business all around. So Kala is right here, is what he's explained to you, and it's like people be wanting us to just think that we're magicians and we're supposed to be in two places at one time and be in Africa. But what I'm telling you, family, is it's all about you building that empire globally to where you're doing business back and forth from Africa to America and things like that. So don't let any of these you know people tell you, especially when they don't live the life that they're telling you about. Don't let them even charge you for consultation, and don't even take their advice even if it's for free. Uh, if you're looking to connect into this world, as far as those of us know what we're doing, you got to reach out to the right people, and you got to reach out to people who are going to give you credible advice to where you're going to be successful. What I'm always telling you, Khaled, don't let people set you up for failure.
Yeah. People always set you up for failure, right? They're like, yo, man. I see people all the time. I'm like, oh, hell no. How many times?
And it's like a YouTube thing because you can go on YouTube, Emma, and and just be this person that talks so good and talk big, and people see you on their big screen TV, and they just like they believe in you, and it's kind of like a cult operation.
Yeah. That's how Jim Jones did, man. Jim Jones got people out there drinking
I
cyanide.
mean, brother, they got them drinking this Kool-Aid, man. Literally,
Kool-Aid,
people are just
this
going
ain't
so crazy. I mean, it's like, what are they running for? I'm the one that was telling people about repatriation, but it was always about group economics and investing into where you building your empire. That way you can make your moves and do the things you need to do, not just running off because somebody told you that somebody's coming to get you and things like that, or they tell you that you need to just go to Africa and go and move. Yes, go. As a matter of fact, how about you come on one of these nice organized journeys
Yeah.
and
Go on a tour.
see if you can survive, because some people, when you come on these journeys, everything is all organized and laid out for you. And if you can't handle that, you may not be able to handle the country, because you're going to deal with a cultural difference. You're going to deal with an economical difference based on how the country is. And it's a family. What we're all saying about everything we're doing in Africa is grassroots. We're building it from the ground up. So that's it, family. Let's get back to building this global black business pipeline. So if more of us are connected into different countries, all we're doing is just networking. Everything we're doing is the fundamentals. It's kind of like playing basketball: dribble, pass, shoot. Simple. You just get better and better at the basics.
And then check us out. You'll know when I'm ready to live over here permanently. I got everything situated here. I got a business that's making this much money. Boom, 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 whatnot. Now let me tell you something about Ghana, right? And this is where Liberia is getting there, but it's not there yet. Ghana has built a world class medical surgical center, right? Medical tourism is important because a lot of people in Africa, Nigeria, they got to fly to the West to get surgery and stuff like that. So if Ghana could corner that market, right, it could have basically everything right there in West Africa. So basically, if you need really a transplant, something like that, why get on the plane and go to America? You can go right to Ghana. These are things that if people talk about repatriation and everything, if they're not talking like that, turn them off. You got people talking about, yeah, let's go to Guinea-Bissau. What the hell's in Guinea-Bissau? You'll die. You can't just go to any country in Africa. I had one of my brothers, Robert Grissom, right?
Go.
Robert Grissom, right? He basically is like he does business in the Gambia. He loves the Gambia. He goes there like 3 or 4 times a year, right? But I said, hi. He goes, I can't go because medical issues. My wife, and that's a huge consideration. You go permanently. So I like to live there, but I mean, I keep coming back for different medical checkups because the hospital stuff is not ready yet. Those are things right there. So we basically have to basically shine light on those people. There's Black people in America, right, that want to build clinics and everything in West Africa. They got them right here, but they get no YouTube time. They get nothing. Nobody talks about it because they're not talking about just going over there doing nothing. And because, their conversation may be boring because they say, well, we need this, we need clinic and everything like that, right? A country where that was successful was this guy named Albert Hollins, who built a medical ambulatory system in South Africa, and he said, I'm here to make money and everything because South Africa got a good insurance system, and he builds the insurance companies, And most countries in Africa, they don't have it like that. So we have to create those things, And when you go to the continent, if people say about wealth, if you go to Africa and you got a life insurance policy, if you got health insurance and everything like that, you're adding value to the country. You're adding value. These are things you add value to the country. If you got a pension, right, that you're living good and everything like that, that stimulates the local economy. You got people talking about, I'm gonna go over there and start hawking fruit and everything. Why are you gonna go compete with the poor locals? You should be a blessing to Africa. You should come back to Africa as a blessing, not a curse. Y'all dusty Negroes going over there, trying to compete with the locals and fighting with the locals over nickels and dimes and whatnot. You charge me 25 cents more than 25 freaking cents. When I was in Africa, I was like, yo, what? How's a dollar here? Here's another $1 a tip. You go right ahead, man. I'm spreading the wealth. And so you go over Africa, you haggling over nickels and dimes at the market. You got no health insurance, you got nothing, you die. They gotta give you some makeshift burial because you don't have life insurance. You have to have a life insurance policy. All these things we say you gotta have in place when you live on the continent. You should have all these things in place, and that's what planning in Africa to live in Africa is for. Now, a new business that's growing now is business on remote, right? But mine is the technology, right? But when we do these things, we have to build places where electricity and Wi-Fi is stable. When we start building these things and everything, then more people can, more companies can have jobs because just trillions of dollars worth of business now is done through data and internet transactions and stuff like that. So therefore, like I was trying to tell Akon Fryer, where manufacturing was once the main thing that drives the economy. Now it's information technology. Now it's services. Now it's all those things, transportation, logistics, all those things. All those things can be built in Africa, right? Will create jobs. For example, adding value to products like lithium, right? Nigeria and Zambia and Zimbabwe, I believe, Zimbabwe, I don't know if it was Zambia, said they're not going to export raw lithium anymore. In other words, they want value added. So in other words, you got white people now saying, since they're doing that, right, they're not saying, we're going to come and take it. They say, something, we got to adjust. The Africans want us to build factories and lithium batteries and stuff like that there. That's going to create a huge manufacturing working class. Those working class are going to want houses. They're going to have good salaries. So there's going to be a huge demand for modern housing, modern conveniences, and everything like that. That's how Africa is going to make progress, right? We're not going over there to do the same old, same old. So therefore, that and also logistics, businesses on remote, IT, all stuff like that can be done. Where people, I said last week on the show, I said, look, what if we basically could, when Africa starts developing its industrial ports and everything like that, industrial zones, everything, they got the infrastructure set up, everything, we could basically go to U.S. companies and say, hey, look, we want you to invest your plant, like Tesla. Tesla, the Mexicans are basically got it so that they got a lock on Tesla, the good paying jobs at Tesla. Because they fought for it. Tesla's got factories in Mexico, they got factories in Texas, employing Latinos. Black people, what are we doing? We're talking about reparations. We're talking about nonsense. We're talking about FDA stuff, And this is what I'm talking about. And I look at YouTube channels and everything, and I don't see nobody talking on this level. How can, if we're going to be buying electric cars and all in the future, right? Where's those electric cars going to be built? Where the batteries for electric cars going to be built? We're going to take the lithium out of Africa, process it in Europe and Germany and everybody else, right? And then it sells electric cars. Why are we so addicted to doing things ass backwards? We're saying that we want those jobs, right? Those jobs, what those jobs mean? Those jobs means that when people say, you know something, Ghana's building this new Tesla plant right now, you know, I got a job offer. Now you got somebody to sell a house to. Now you got somebody to sell a washer and dryer to. Now you got somebody to sell different things to. So we have to be built at that level. We can go to Japan. Say, hey, Japan, you guys got a lot of technology and everything. When are you going to bring some of that technology and ingenuity to the African continent? Why? Because we have staffing services, right? That we got people that would love to live in Africa, but they can't support themselves. If they had good jobs, they can come there. That's the sort of talk Bomani and I wants to introduce to the Pan-African world. So we're creating jobs, we're creating opportunity, we're contributing to the tax base, and we're enjoying ourselves. That's the future of Pan-African, you know? Bob Jones said, Africa has a modified industrial revolution phase, so we can jump ahead to information technology. Yeah, but we still need manufacturing, you know? Africa can't keep, Liberia produces rubber, but it doesn't manufacture any tires. We still need that. So we need a little bit of both. You know, it could be a big thing. Africa, Liberia needs a stock exchange, right? Where companies could list and stuff like that. Liberia and Sierra Leone really need to combine as an economic zone. You know, I've been studying this for years. You know, if you have a manufacturing plant, half your goods could be manufactured in Freetown, half could be manufactured in Monrovia. There's a lot of ideas, you know, and these sort of ideas, they need this sort of energy from us from the West. And why we say that? Because when these companies start investing in Africa, right, that's going to draw people from the West to come here. You can't bring people to Africa and there's no jobs and no real high income and everything. You can't do that. And there's an old saying, Chinese always say, produce what you consume and consume what you produce. If we're consuming 80% of what we produce and producing 80% of what we consume, right, we'll get there. How can we get the National Society of Black Engineers to apply their skills into Africa? We have a National Society of Engineers, right? Just like we have the I'm not going to throw shots at anybody and everything. That people, like I said, Bomani's laughing. You know, I'm not trying to be funny.
There you go.
You know, but Bomani, here he comes his face because he's over there cracking up, right? You know, I dealt with the National Society of Engineers, right? Right. And it's all about basically saying I'm an engineer and everything like that. It's not applying anything. It's not accomplishing. It's doing, not accomplishing. You know, they're going to go over there and preach to the Africans what they already know. Yeah, we're engineering. But how do we basically problem solve and how do we basically get the stuff running, you know? We're still at the phase where we think it's a flex and we're just doing, oh, I'm an engineer, but you haven't built nothing. You haven't created, you know? You got white guys that were scientists and everything, got all this brilliant thing. They failed. They jump off the building. Why did he jump off the building? Because he didn't accomplish. He didn't solve the mathematical problem. You know, black people are just like, as long as I got the book, yeah, I'm an engineer, and we just wear this stuff on our shoulders. I got an engineer. I got a degree. Everything. Africans are worse, 10 times worse as far as that. Can't build nothing, but they got degrees and everything. You know. You know, they got degrees. So our mindset has to change. You know, it's not enough to just to say, I'm an engineer, I got this like that. What do? You know, how do you apply it, you know? You know, they stonewall. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. Because nobody holds anybody to account. You know, we always like, oh man, college, man, they got the degrees, college, you know. Oh, that's good, but you know, but the countries in Africa are relying on Asians and everybody else to build everything. Our mindset, the black man's mindset, got to change. You know, we got to change. We got to stop patting ourselves on the back for doing what we're supposed to be doing. Even going to Liberia, this is stuff we should have been doing all along. You didn't know credit for this. Don't give me Kala Bomani credit. This is stuff we should have been doing decades ago. You know, we should have been sending people over there years ago. You know, how do I like myself get into a manufacturing plant? I'm not engineer, just a production welder. You know, I also assemble to engineer tradesmen. They fund it with a team. Do I assemble a team? Main thing is, if you basically got engineers and teams and everything, form your own association. Form your own association. Start the discussion. Black men are basically like that. We could sit around all day talking about the football, the sports, the teams, and everything. But it comes down to doing something. We don't want to get together. Black people, you can form your own fantasy football league, and everybody's to the dime. We're not, yo, got a team, this, and the other thing. When it comes to foolishness and play, we can form everything. When it comes down to something serious or not, we just fall. We should have engineering teams. When they should have clubs, social clubs. I talked about this in Bomani, right? I go on CD, AutoCAD, and everything. I actually sketch design cities and everything. I'm in there with Asian boys and white boys and everything like that. They're designing cities and everything. They put their city proposals up to different countries. How do you think Dubai got built? A bunch of geeks sitting around designing cities and everything like that. Engineers saying, and somebody with the money said, "This could work." They got tested. Okay, let's build it. Next thing you know, Dubai's reclaiming land and building cities, you know?
Exactly. That's another thing that people have to be clear on. A lot of people have great ideas, but you also got to get your project financed, whether you're self-financing it, black cooperative economics, or you're just using other methods. So it's a serious world, family. It's a serious world of development, and you got to bring your best team and your best people together at it. So I'm telling people, instead of being spectators, join the party. You have connections. You have good grant writers, good people we can work with. Let's connect them and let's
and these countries like Liberia needs that energy. You basically, somebody can go in there. If you got CD, AutoCAD, you can go into county of Buchanan, Liberia. Say we could build a new free trade zone right here. Have it down on animated and everything like that, and have it floating around to different government officials and everything. And then basically, you might find a partner in China or Turkey, whatever, saying, yeah, a government of Guinea, saying, yeah, that'd be great because we could have goods flowing. The government of Guinea has helped Liberia upgrade its ports from Buchanan to Guinea. So if you look at Africa, the way Africa is situated, right? Most of Africa, unfortunately, major cities are on the coast. That's a legacy of slavery and colonialism, right? But huge population in the interior have nothing. So if you basically start building the interior up, right, you're going to need this sort of infrastructure development. We have to start thinking outside the box, it can all be Monrovia. You got territories in the interior that we need to build and stuff like that, the port of Durban, right? The reason why the interior of Southern Africa is developed because the South Africans built the railways Cecil Rhodes and all those people built the railways all the way to the interior, That's why you say all these modern cities in the interior of Africa, where they come from, they originated in South Africa. We have to start thinking in those terms. Well, yeah, Africa basically, as far as natural resources don't make a country rich. It's people and skills and being able to not only make the products, right, but have some sort of local consumption of those products. You can't. Let's say Africa has all the resources to build cars, right, but they don't have a domestic market for their cars, and they're still importing secondhand cars from the West. You have to create that middle class in Africa. Japan makes all his money on his middle class. Same thing with the United States. And everything else is the excess. Africa is too dependent on outside markets. We have to basically create this middle class. Like I said, right now, like Brother Khan Farr was saying, he's against tourism, but right now, that's where the money's at.
Yeah, and you guys were talking earlier. And I meant to just come on in and just talk, but sometimes just let people talk about certain things. What people have to do is look at strategies. I mean, you have to just you're talking about reconnection to Africa. You're talking about repatriation. You're talking about all these moves. Um, people have came before us, and it's like you can't keep doing the same strategy. You can't, you have to you have to be innovative. So you're looking at a situation where a lot of us are not well educated or informed about what's going on in Africa. So people like myself, you create this world of tourism along with investment. I ask people, how did we get to start building the Black Star Pan African community? I just didn't leave from America and just went to Africa and got some land and start building that. Number one, where are you gonna get people from? So over the years of doing tourism, we've connected a whole world of people into living, doing business, and then group economics, which is building this wonderful community energy called Black Star Pan African Community. So that becomes a product of of tourism. Also, all the jobs you're creating, all the opportunities you're creating, and now you're building a connection where you're building a familiar world between America and Ghana. So those things are not just going to grow and come up organically. You have to create systems and create ways of how you make it work. So I'm telling people, it's not all about how loud you can talk and how you can argue and disagree with people. It's about how can you formulate ideas and say, hey, I'm gonna be innovative and figure things out. You know what I mean? And that's what even my world of Bomani technology and business enterprise is about. I've been doing that business since 2005 nonstop, and it's been used to fuel every aspect of what we do. So even before the world of tourism, you did something else, and that fueled that world. And before that, you did something else. So I'm telling people, look at how we can kind of build a world and connection into Ghana and other countries. Like one point you and I was talking about Meek Mills. I'm like, well, I can take it. I can go. Let me know. I can talk this way about it or that way about it. But realistically, I mean, what is that what we're gonna do every minute? Everything is about
Right.
fussing, complaining, arguing, and complaining and moaning and things like that. So that, and the same thing I tell people, when you travel with us, you're gonna have ups and downs. You're gonna have certain things that's gonna just be real nice and everything, but you're being connected into a whole new world. You know what I'm saying? Expand your vision and let's come up with some solutions. Let's come up with just enjoying what you have and making the best of it. But also, if you're really serious about making these moves, hey, you have to really seriously get into the game. Africa is not just going to change overnight for anyone, and it's just because I see and hear watch a lot of people, just kind of like this out there spectators on the sideline, and that's what I'm saying to you, brother. This this whole YouTube energy is just like it's like literally just a circus, and just like you talk about the deadly clowns, and I'm dead serious. Entertainers and things like that, but we have real serious issues and serious solutions need to be put in place, and things can be done. So even situation, I'm telling people while you're here in your comfort in the African diaspora. Real things are going on in Africa. You can do two things. You can sit back and be spectators. Or you can join a party. Join a party is a foundation of either just doing something as simple as a tour, uh, traveling, living, doing business over there. Any of those combination works, but it's gonna be a situation where you're gonna have to build experience, build awareness, and put your money where your mouth is, and then also to be willing to understand that you have to work with people, especially those of us who know what we're doing in Africa. Because we have seen too many sad stories of people who just lose everything that they've worked for because they're making moves, and next oh, I'm just gonna move with the people. I'm gonna live with the people, and I mean, yes, fine, go live it. We're all living with the people. I mean, these are the mindset of people. You want to leave from America and run away from your own people and then run into a country when you think you know the people, you think you can get to know the people. Well, the whole time you're just being set up, and you just become a pawn in a game greater than you. So I'm telling you, family, let's stick together on the energy, and it's not about tribalism or dividing anyone. What I mean? We have our community, Black Star, and it's what it is. It's those of us on African Diaspora building ourselves into a community to be a part of a town, to be a functional part of a town, not to be dictators or anything. Or that comment that you sent me, someone talking about gentrification. What we're doing is gentrification in Africa, and I'm sick of that word. I mean, because it's like I was just
You can't win for losing, man.
no, I mean, it's kind of like when you're in those bad neighborhoods. People complain, well, this should happen, this should happen. Then when it does happen, oh, this is going up, and then all these other people are here now.
Yo,
I
bro,
mean,
I seen that right in
like,
Norfolk,
what do you
bro.
expect?
That's here in Norfolk, right? Black people, oh, that neighborhood's bad. But guess what? You got white people going, young white couples and whatnot, try to tell them that used to be the hood. Yo, yeah, next you know, white people buying up property. You got Russians and everybody. You know, Norview and Norfolk, right? That's white now, you know?
Yeah, I can imagine, brother. The whole world is different. I mean, and it's like, and that's what you're dealing with, family. We live here in the East Coast, family, and these are things we're seeing. But it's like at the same time too, it's just like we tell them, our own people in Africa are the ones who are moving to Africa. It's like you have other nations of people. They're gonna take advantage of these opportunities. So you can either compete or you can get dominated. I mean, it's either or. I mean, I don't see you have much of an option. You either compete or get dominated by other races and nations of people. What do people complain about now? The Mexicans, the Asian. It's like every time you turn around, folks are complaining about somebody. I mean, what do you expect these other races and nations of people do? To not put their best effort to be progressive, to build entrepreneurship, to build business investment, whether it's in America or Africa. I would never understand that, brother. I would never understand that. It's like,
Yeah.
we think just because you're not ambitious, do you expect other people to not be ambitious? Like I tell people, if you're betting on that, for myself, good luck, because I'm gonna take advantage of opportunity. If you want to sit there and complain about me, it's kind of like not me. You know what I mean? He sits there and instead of embracing the fact that he can join the party and do certain things, he sit there and watch us and complain about us and things like that. And it's like that's what we typically do, and it's not going to get us anywhere. The world is a global game. That's why we put that link up there. When the globe goes around, the Pan Africanism towards nationhood. Literally, just showing you the global. That's a movement of action and energy. And we're telling people like family. Family, it's either we do this and build this right here, or so don't listen to those race traders and these fake consultants and deadly clowns on YouTube. You know what I mean? This is real game, man. So join the party. Remember, family, we're the kings of Pan Africanism and nationhood. Stop listening to these fake chiefs and fake princes, and get with the real game. You gotta look
Yeah.
excited, man.
Yeah. The bottom line is this, man. What we have is people, they tell us, okay, focus on America, right? Okay, we did that. Remember the Buy Black movement, right? Buy Black, remember what that, right? People didn't want to do that. Support black business. Support black business. I ain't with black business. We spend, I get charged more in the black business. Blah, 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 blah. You didn't want to do that, right? White man, like I told the story last week about, the other day about Emporia. Black people tried that in the 70s, right? Had a big old mural up there, cooperative economics and everything like that. Place was abandoned. I can just imagine the story. I'm gonna get the story one day, right? Black people just say, what these fools out here selling cabbages and cantaloupes and everything like that, carrying shit on their head, whatever. And it was abandoned, So you end up looking like a fool, talk about cooperative economics and everything, or you open up a business in the community, right, in the hood, and people stealing from you, and they put you out of business, somebody shooting up and everything like that, right? And someone said, something, I tried all that, didn't work and everything. So let me try something different, and we'll just take our business offshore and let's go invest in this country right here. Let's build this pipeline, and let's do let's do import, export, and also let me tell you something, right? We want dollars in black businesses, a pipeline, right? If we basically have a product or anything that we manufacture in Africa, right? We don't give a damn who buys it, But when you have Amazon, you have an Amazon business, right? You can have an Amazon get rich. Do you sit there and say, I want to target only black people? No, you just basically know that you look at those zeros every month, right? People buying your shit, whatever like that, whether it's computers, whatever, and you're getting rich, And we need that sort of energy as far as like business and everything, because white people and Asians don't care about you. You think the Chinese care if only Chinese go into their restaurants, whatever? No, they're basically like, they counting that money at the end of the day.
Right.
We've never had a real business class of people. We have people come into the movement being social justice warriors and saying, look, let's do business. If you're a builder or contractor, everything, your reputation, everything's online, everything. You're trying to win that contract with the city. You're trying to win that contract from this business. And a lot of black men here in Virginia, right, get major contracts, right? They say, yeah, this guy over there, like the guy who did my windows, right? He was my brother-in-law's friend, right? He did my windows when we bought the house, right? And all of a sudden, the guy across the street was like, man, I saw your work. You know, I mean, black people work a different way, but they got the job done, right? They did a beautiful job, right? The guy said, man, all these white people say, I need my windows done and everything. They didn't care if he's black or not. What's he going to say? No, I only work with black people or whatever like that. He got that money, getting those contracts. He's making $500,000 a year. He's getting those contracts. He's doing what he has to do. We have to be that sort of business people now going in the future. We have to be that sort of business people. We got businesses and everything. Somebody can knock on our door. I need this done. I need this done, or whatever like that. We can do this and everything. And the bottom line is nowadays, it's a golden opportunity for black businesses, because if you could do the job, whatever like that, people will hire you. It's not like back in the days. And it's also better in the South here because we don't have unions, in the North, right? Black people, we're workers and everything like that. But, the white people who are electricians, you couldn't have your own electrical business in the North. Why? Because you have to be unionized. And a lot of those people got contracts with the city and everything. They go generations deep. But when you got cities here like Virginia Beach, Norfolk, everything like that, where you got black people on the city council and everything like that, you have opportunity. So that's why you see more black people as contractors and builders here, getting major contracts done, construction work done. You see black crews paving roads and building bridges. I see black crews help construct the new Gilmington Bridge in Portsmouth. And I'm like, well, yeah, why? Because there's opportunity, available. And so, like I said, you have black people that have all those skills and everything. Talk about Africa, right? The African Development Bank, right? People don't realize this, right? A lot of the times the Chinese will give money to the African Development Bank, right? But because a lot of our African companies and people in Africa aren't qualified, right? They have to still send the contract back to Chinese who meet all the qualifications. We need to be in Africa with our own construction companies and everything like that, networking like with the sister, she builds and everything. What are all the Liberian builders and everything? Why don't we form an engineering association, a builders association, right? And then you socialize and build, right? When the time comes, hey, look, we got enough engineers, enough this, we got this person's qualified for this and whatnot. Let's do a partnership with the Chinese. We're providing half the engineering, staff, management, and everything like that. You provide half. In the future, we'll be doing our own stuff like that when we got the confidence. That's how it starts. That's how it starts. But we can't sit back and be like, man, the Lebanese got all the contracts and the Chinese got all the contracts. This is another brother. This brother right here is off the chain, man. This brother right here basically did a video on the Calabas restaurant. You got to see the Calabas video he did, but he's good. This brother right here, you connect with him and he'll show you all the ins and ropes of what they do in Liberia. He lived in the States for a lot of years and stuff like that, but he's back in Liberia. And that's what you have. You have people, Liberians, who are going back to Liberia and they're doing big things. They're doing big things, They know Black America. They know all about us and everything, They're basically Black Americans, They're basically Black Americans, And they got these skills and everything like that. And so, Liberia, you have a real support system, there in place to help us get to the next level,
Let me know if you're ready to play the video, brother. Or
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, play the video.
And first of all, I'm really sorry about the mic. Usually we'll like this way, basically of this half of the year that I'm going to put out. This is the number one question we get asked all the time. Most of our most viewed videos on the channel has to do with building in Liberia. So of course, most of you guys out there are really concerned about building in Liberia, establishing a residence in Liberia, or establishing some property as a business opportunity in Liberia. And the struggle has been acquiring land, building the property, finding the right developer, finding the right construction company, and all of those things, right? So in today's episode, though, this has been one of the most exciting discovery in Liberia upon our visit recently. We have heard about this property before. Most of you guys have probably already seen some commercial or some posting on one of these Liberian social media blogs and stuff like that. So most of you may already be aware of this property and may have already seen it upon your visit, or if you already live in Liberia, you're probably aware of this property. But this is one of the most exciting places currently, and one of the most exciting developments, I should say, in the entire country in Liberia and amongst the top in West Africa. This will definitely rival other properties of its similar caliber in other countries, in neighboring countries, and a little more developed countries in Africa. So this, without wasting any time, guys, let's jump right into today's video. Today we're taking a look at this property that's going for $25,000. $25,000, basically the same amount of money you can use to buy a used car currently, or a new car that you can use to get this property currently. It is going to go up to 35. Currently, I think right now still there's a promotion for $25,000. Can you believe this? Well, let's take a look at the property. We're going to get a tour of this property as well, and I'm going to provide more information later down the line as to how to acquire this property. All right, so here's the place. We're going for 35,000. If you're gonna go over the 2-year plan, $25,000 cash. All right. So there it is, 2 units. So it's actually one side, or you do both together at a time. So let's take a look at that. It's actually 2 bedrooms. The first thing I like about this too is the yard. So each unit has its own yard. This side comes like this. So the idea is you can put like cement over here, or you do all grass. It's actually enough space here for a pool. You know, that's something we're thinking about doing, putting a pool over here. But it's a good space, so come on in. Right now, you have regular sink on top, but it did say you have the option for an additional fee to change it to something else. So I best or something looking thing. We can do that here. So you can actually park your car right here. That's a good space. People are thinking about doing either all grass. You can play over here. You got kids. You have no space to play here. Or you put a little pool right here, or a little barbecue pit over here, which is really nice. So come on in. Over here, nice little entryway over here. Children, come on in. So this is not too big, you know what I'm saying? One thing right away you notice is the ceiling, so really high ceilings over here. And this person who buys it, choose to put this version here. So you can either do, I think it comes with a regular wood ceiling, but you can have for additional cost to have this one over here. So this is the living room area. Really nice ceiling, comes in a big window over here. So you can divide this however you want. There's a little living area right here. You got a little study area right there, little desk, TV on the wall, as you can see all of that over here. So that's that. We're going to come back here. First thing we see here right now is the pantry area. So they did mention that you can either do this pantry area or remove this wall and make this into a bigger bathroom, which is 2.5 baths. So each bedroom has its own bathroom. This is a half bath right here. So this going to be the toilet area right here, just for everything. The pantry for the kitchen. Here's the kitchen right here. So again, decent size, not too big, but really just decent size. With your cabinet over here, entryway to the back, to the outside. You can just cook right here, stove top, cabinets on top, and stuff like that. That's the kitchen right there. In the backyard over here too. So you can take a look here. So not too bad. You can put a little lawn chair or a barbecue area right here. And this property goes all the way back to its 80 acres.
Hey, check this out. Let me say something. Let me say something. This is why I say this Liberia is not necessarily for this, because they already have communities like this being built all over Liberia. You know, that you could buy a house for cheap. You know, and they're attracting these properties are designed to attract the diaspora, African American, whoever want to come to Liberia. You know, it's just basically one. I forgot what I was saying, but this is basically just one property that people are doing. Great Africa has 300 acres in Nimba County. He says we could probably do that too. Partner with these people right here to build that up there. You know, so Liberia has plenty of opportunity for land. They've been talking to me about this for years. You know, and you see what the houses go for, $25,000 to $35,000, right? That's doable. You know, that's doable. You know, And so, you can get a lot done. There's a lot of opportunity in this country. And also, when we go to Liberia, we want to tour couple of these properties, and stuff like that. Have these guys come to the meetings, our investment meetings. So once Liberia start advertising this on major black newspapers and stuff like that, and retirement people want to look they want to go to Africa, Liberia could be an alternative, to going to as far as Tanzania, and stuff like that. Not discourage anybody from going to any other African country. That's not what I'm trying to do. But like I said, Liberia is Africa made easy. You can buy a house over here and then buy a house in Ghana, and later on, you can launch into another country, This is to get started in Africa. This is a perfect place, in my opinion.
Yes, brother, excellent on that. That's what we're doing, family. Just trying to find better ways to reconnect you to the motherland. That way you can be successful, because our goal is to set you up for success, not set you up for
Not
failure.
just throw you out there to wolves and whatnot. Just go to Africa. Go to Africa. No plan, no backing, no connection, no nothing. Just go to Africa. No, we don't talk to yourself. We talk to specific people. This brother right here, get to his YouTube channel. Look him up and tell him Kala Bomani sent you. And connect and stuff like that. There's all kinds of people in Liberia doing this stuff. They know what we're trying to do. They know that a lot of black people want to come home. That a lot of people want to invest. A lot of people just want a summer house, a vacation house. You could take out a mortgage. You have a home in America. You could take out the second mortgage on your house, right? Or take out the equity in your house and buy that. My brother took out equity on his house. He had it for 10 years. Paid $55,000 for a brand new in-ground pool. A beautiful pool. I can't wait to hit the pool again. This summer. But people, when you got equity built up in your house in America, you could take that equity out and buy a property like this in Liberia. There's ways of doing it, folks. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. But I say, don't bum rush the coast. Don't quit your job. You can do this. You can do this. We can be intelligent. Don't let people say, "Oh, America's so bad. Look at that kid that just got killed in Tennessee. Oh, we got to get out of here." Don't do that. Our ancestors went through way worse than we're going through now. And we're the richest generation that people has ever seen. Get your education, get your skills, get your investment up, get your savings up and everything. And then be a blessing to your motherland. Come back in strength. Come back on your feet. Come back with your dignity, your pride, and everything. Don't come back destitute. Don't do that. If you're talking about going to Africa destitute, nothing, and everything broken and defeated and everything, you're not rolling with Bomani and Kala. You're not rolling with us. We need winners. We need to show our brothers and sisters in Africa what we have to offer the country. Because what happens is when we start bringing our best to the continent and everything, they're going to look at us as a source than the Chinese and the Europeans. What's the YouTube channel name? It's called, I forgot his name. What's his name again, Bomani?
Well, who YouTube channel?
The guy right here. Put the link in the chat. The two links in the chat.
I mean, what guy are you talking about?
The guy we were just looking at on YouTube. People ask about what his YouTube channel is.
That's it right there.
What's the name? It's called Liberia to the World. Yeah, Liberia to the World.
What up, guys?
There you go.
That brother's always in the calabash, So you got real Liberian brothers who are doing major things. What about he wants me to talk about the Nichols murder, right? That's a hard one, right? Because these are black cops, whatever. They shouldn't have beat him. But I don't know, some of these cops on their last edge, you get up in cops' face, and you want to fight them and stuff like that. Shit like that could happen. I think we overreact to everything. It was unfortunate. Let the courts decide and everything. But people rioting in L.A., and I know it's not even black people rioting, it's white people, white Antifa people taking the opportunity to riot in L.A. and stuff like that. We get the blame for everything. There's got to be a better way, folks. We can't burn down the city every time somebody gets killed. It's not going to work. You're not doing nothing for, what's his name? I forgot his first name. Nichols. But, I understand the anger and stuff like that. I feel it too. But we got to stop this. We have to stop this.
Yeah, brother. Serious business, man. Serious business. Serious business, people. Serious business. So I'm gonna stop right there, and we're gonna pull up the next slide, and let me know if you can see this good.
That's my novel, Journey to the Promised Land. People that want to make it into a movie, they haven't gotten back in touch with me. I said, look, I want to run it by my lawyers and everything like that. They haven't sent me back with the proposal, but they want to make this novel, Journey to the Promised Land, I published back in 2014, into a movie. They read the book and it was like blown away. It's about the Liberia exodus of 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina to Liberia. It's a historical novel based on, it's a historical fiction based on a true events of the exodus of 1878. What's so significant about 1878? This incident, the Liberia Exodus Association, and the exodus of 1878 was a response to the end of Reconstruction. People don't know this, but black people, intelligentsia at that time had given up on America. They said, look, let's go to Liberia. Let's build colonies and settlements in Liberia because it was invited by the Liberian government. The Liberian government came to a trade fair in Philadelphia and showcased Liberian manufactured goods and everything like that in the World's Fair in Philadelphia. I think that same year, 1878 or 1876. And so a lot of black people in America said, wow, we got a black country in Africa that's inviting us there. So the Liberia Exodus movement, which later became the Garvey movement, most people think Garvey started the Exodus to Liberia. No, that was already in the pipeline before Garvey even arrived. It was 40 years in the making, since before Garvey even came to America. And so Garvey basically took that. The Garvey movement was based on a whole bunch of movements that came together under one banner, the UNIA. And so therefore, people said, look, let's build this connection. Let's settle in Liberia. So that became Garvey's main focus point. But Garvey wasn't always just about Liberia. He didn't put all his energy into Liberia, but there was African Americans and people who said, look, that's the main thing. My name, Kala, right? It comes from the Nyama Kala, which is the craft group system of the Malinka Bambara tribes. Kala means group, family, or bond, and everything. Nyama means life force and everything like that. Makala means the leader of the Kala, leader of the group, or the one who brings the group, or one who encompasses the group. That's my name, Kala, and the person who basically starts this movement is called the Kala Genesis. That means the beginning of the Kala movement, the Kala Nation movement. The Kala Genesis is the chief person, architect of the Kala movement. Kala just means new nation, and Kala Nation means the nation of keepers. What is a keeper? The keeper are people that love their people, who keep the best of their people around. The keepers are the ones who basically are the writers, the storytellers, and the people that basically say this is what we keep. You know, the people go to and say this is what real Black African American culture is. This is what's not. That's the keepers. You know, I'm my brother's keeper. You know, and so therefore, when my brother's down, I pick him up. I reach a hand and pick him up. I don't ever basically, and I keep the story of my ancestors alive, right? I don't abandon my ancestors, right, and say, oh, slavery and only not important and all stuff like this. You know, I'm a keeper, and I take the best of my people. My people at one time, still to this day, believe in America. They want to be American, so I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep the best of that. There's some Black people, some of my people who want to connect with Africa. I keep that too. So we can do it all. You don't have to be one or the other. Whatever is best in the best interest of our people, we keep it. That's what means a keeper is. Now, all the foolishness that's in Black America, I'm a culture critic. That's not us. That's not who we are. We can't keep that. We can't keep a lot of foolishness that we do. So being a Kala person is a keeper. You know, I keep the best and I get rid of what's like Bruce Lee always says, keep what's useful and make it uniquely your own. Discard what's useless. I keep what's good in African culture. You know, there's things about Africa that I love that we can need, like the Taiwara. That means the agricultural, the god of agriculture, Taiwara. We keep that. You know, that's a spirit that we could use for our agriculture industry, while we also keep the idea that we are trying to modernize and build agricultural technology in the modern. We keep it. We keep the best of everything, the best of our traditions and the best of the modern world. You know, that's what a keeper means. The bad in our culture, we get rid of it. The people that the redundancy in our culture, we get rid of it. You know, that's what means. That's what the Kala Genesis, the Kala Nation means. It's a nature keeper. People don't understand me, and a lot of people hate me because they don't understand where I'm coming from. A lot of times, people say, "What do you think about capitalism? If it works, and we could do, if it's beneficial, and we could do justice and everything, we keep it. But if it's exploitation and everything like that, you know, we get rid of it. You know, like anything else." And that's what the keeper means. When the best of our people, you know, what's best for our people, we keep it, we build on it, and we let it go. We don't keep sacred cows. Sacred cows are things and ideas you hold on to your own detriment. Where'd that come from? The Hindus have sacred cows. They believe the cow is their ancestor and everything. So they'll starve before they kill that cow and eat it. That's a sacred cow. Or you hold on to something even though you know it's not, just because it's tradition, you hold on to it and everything. That's not being a keeper. That's herding sacred cows. You see what I mean? I looked at the history of Liberia and I said, that's a keeper. We built a republic. You know, that's why it was important for me to write this novel, because I believe Liberian history is a keeper, and it should be part of Black America. Liberia is not really showcasing the African American Smithsonian, you know, but they got the homosexual agenda in the Smithsonian, talking about gay Black people, but Liberia is not showcased there. So that's why it's important when you have scholars, right? You have scholars that are keepers. You know, I said, what do you think of overall response of Congress towards the government there? So, well, first of all, that even Phil Scott even said it, right? That African American history wasn't African American history. It was LGBTQ, gay stuff, transgender stuff, packages as African American history. We don't read the fine print. Anytime you have some white people, oh, they get rid of African American. No, it's not African American history. African American history is not talking about gays and gender identity and stuff like that. That's not African American history. We're to the point now where anything could be thrown at us, and they put a label African American history, and they don't say, look, this is run by African American historian. They don't even care about us. That's why even Phil Scott, even a couple of Black people saying, yeah, I read that. That's not African American history. You know, talking about boys marrying boys and all this stuff like this, trying to bring homosexuality in Africa, traditional Africa and stuff like that, you know, as far as African Americans, trying to basically homosexualize and legitimize homosexuality. Now, if a person wants to be homosexual, that's their business. But to rename that African American history and studies is a lie. You know, So DeSantos, and also they'll talk about a lot of stuff in there that had nothing to do with Black America. About anti-American stuff and I just realized that Black people are not all about trauma and trauma bonding and everything. We have a beautiful history. We have a lot that we contribute to the world. All our history is not basically rooted in poverty, degradation, and everything that they try to package as Black trauma, masquerading as Black history. This book right here that I wrote was a beautiful time in Black history. Beautiful event. But you think they would basically say, yeah, Black people bought a ship and they were building going to live in Africa, building a country, they'll leave America behind and build that. You think they would want that up there as Black history? No. The reason why I wrote this book is because this incident, the Liberian exodus of 1878, was one of the biggest events. I said it on the back of my novel. It was one of the biggest events in African American history. Right? It rivaled the March on Washington. Every Black person in America was attuned to this. The exodus of 1878 was printed in the New York Times. Newspapers around the world reported it. And mysteriously, the whole thing disappeared from the history books. So when people start talking about African American history and they don't have the exodus of 1878 in there and whatnot, you're not getting so-called African American history. You're getting a bunch of nonsense. I just need our brothers to start being real men and start realizing that, just because somebody says, "Oh, African American history," whose history? Whose history? Do we know? In my novel, right? I'm not bragging on myself like that, but I included another part of history that was buried: the Colfax massacre. One of my characters was a Civil War veteran who survived the Colfax massacre of Louisiana. And because a lot of people read my book, they learned about the Colfax massacre. They said, "I never heard of the Colfax massacre." And they looked it up. They thought I made it up. They went, "Oh, I learned about that in your book." I said, "You thought I was making it up, did you?" The Hamburg massacre. Another character survived the Hamburg massacre. And he's telling his story on the ship. So therefore, all the stuff that I put in the novel was factual. So that's how you teach history. I learned a lot of history by reading novels. When I was a teenager and a preteen, I used to read a lot of books. I used to read Jackie Collins, books. I learned a lot of history by reading her books. I wrote a lot of books, novels, and stuff like that. A good novelist will put stuff in a book, right, to make you think and make you go research. In the movie Jaws, in the novel Jaws by Peter Bentley, people learned about the USS Indianapolis. I know you know about the Indianapolis, Bomani, you're a Navy guy,
Yes.
2 Japanese torpedoes slammed the ships and they were out to sea and they got killed by the sharks.
Yes. There's a movie made about it also.
Jaws.
No, I mean the movie made about it was USS
Indianapolis. Yeah. There was a movie made about it, and it was a documentary with Richard Dreyfuss had a documentary on it. So several books were made on it, but people would have forgot about that, right? If it were not for that part in Jaws, that was the scariest part of the movie when he told that story. And people would have forgot about it. That's what a good novelist does. He'll put stuff in the book, that make you go research and make you think. They'll bring stuff to life, The 1619 Project and all these other people, these people are people that are trying to get us into this thing where they want to reclass. You look at the 1619 Project, a lot of it has to do with tearing down the Black family, tearing down the definition of family, saying America is a patriarch. That's their business, fine. But why did they got invited? They said because America is a patriarchal white society, that's why Black people have suffered there. It has nothing to freaking do with it. Black people have suffered in white liberal-run cities for decades. So it has nothing to do with this. The 1619 Project is basically saying America is irredeemably racist and all stuff like this. You want to believe that? Fine. Okay, if you believe that, then why don't you support our repatriation and building movement? No. So they basically want to tell us We got to fight for some America that's never going to happen. It's never going to materialize. The 1619 project, we got to basically tear America down, tear America's institutions down, tear everything down, tear the patriarchy down. For what? And replace it with what? And then you ask them, well, what are you going to replace it with, right? Are black people going to gain any power? See, power and you being in power is not part of the 1619 project. Nothing in there tells black people that we're going to basically give black people institutions and businesses and reparations for slavery and all stuff like this, and basically give black people a restitution for slavery. Nothing about that. It's about you vote for me, I'll be in power, right? Right? That the liberals have been doing this for a long time. The white liberal Marxist, right? The only power he has is exploiting people of color and all these people and supporting them. You support them thinking that you got an ally, you got a friend, and he's in power. All those people from the Weather Underground and everything, they went on to, while Fred Hampton was murdered, right? All those other people, Geraldine Dorn, Bernadine Dorn, and Jeffrey Ayers, all those people, they went on to become esteemed scholars and went on to teach at universities. What happened to the Black Panther Party and all these other people? For the most part, they were destroyed. So white people are always benefiting from our trauma, even when they purport to be trying to help us. So I'm not into these 1619 products. Ross, what's going on, Ross? The industrial relations reform must exclude the exemplary advancement of green economic executive. I know Ross and my boy Sam believes in that, but I'm not really sold on the whole green energy stuff yet. I'm not really sold on that. Sold on the green energy. Hey, Ross, if you got the time, why don't you call in, Ross?
It's a direction that we have to go into, and gonna probably just start wrapping it up now, brother, man. And then if people do call in, they need to have good internet and good connection and all those things, because if they don't, it just makes it painful to dialogue with them.
Right.
I mean, so hopefully, we can. We can answer a few questions if anybody wanted to come on and ask a few questions and be serious about things. Gotcha. Kala has been dropping a whole lot of gems, jewels. You got his book right here, family. You can get this on Amazon, or you can just communicate with him directly.
Yeah, only $19.95. Go on Amazon. It's a treasure. You'll love the novel. You'll place yourself. Matter of fact, when we go to Liberia, I think I might order a copy, give everybody that goes on a trip a free copy. That would be my gift. Everybody goes on a trip, I'll give them a free copy of the book.
Very noble gesture.
But people say Kiswahili. Kiswahili is not really an African language. People say, but the only thing that's going to solve our problem is building infrastructure and focus on science, technology, and stuff like that, and basically human development. It doesn't really matter what language we speak at this time. We've been speaking English for 500 years. We're not going to basically, those are just band-aids in the room. So, we need to speak this language right here. Still broke, poor,
Yeah, many people have many ideology of just things they say, and it's just so easy and so nice to say it, and not think about the reality of the world that we live in, and the science and the the technology and the technical greatness and all this, the evolution of things. It's just not just say, hey, I'm just gonna do this right now and then it's gonna work. What I mean?
Let me say this, right? The Pan-African world is largely from the Black English-speaking world, right? The English-speaking world, the Black English-speaking world. We have a vernacular. It's been done almost 500 years. It's not really necessary to start all over with another language and stuff like that. Most of our fiery speeches and everything was written in English. So everything we created will be lost. All the movies, all the plays, everything will be lost. Trying to do another language or so.
Because people say you can always translate and things like that.
Yeah, you can always learn another language if you want to, but but when I hear Marcus Garvey, man, I don't want to hear Marcus Garvey dubbed in friggin' Kiswahili. I want to hear that fire, He says, you will die, if you don't do it on the race, man, you will die, He goes, what do you say? Let me say Garvey. He
Don't
goes,
worry, I'm gonna play it, man. Let's keep on going.
the look for you in the whirlwind. Look for you in the whirlwind. That right there, that speech right there, woo! That's fire and brimstone. That's what I'm used to. I'm used to hearing black men speaking fire and brimstone, And Garvey basically is like, he goes, when my enemies will come for you, in life I'll be the same, in death I'll be a terror to the foes of
Kala y'all's excited, man.
So brother Garvey, that we got our freaking leaders. We just need to freaking manifest what we got our Amos Wilsons, we got our Marcus Garvey, we got everything that needed to be said was already been said. Now it's time to start implementing,
And that's what I'm saying. We don't
need Kiswahili is actually if you look at Swahili is actually an Arabic language, and Persian and everything. And they got some Bantu language in there, but it's not indigenous African language. It's not indigenous to Africa. It's not indigenous to the continent. So Swahili traders were Muslims and Persians and everybody else on the coast, and black people who were Arabized on the coast, And because it was a written language, a lot of Bantu language died because of Kiswahili, And they have some Bantu words in there, but it's not a Bantu language. It's not. People got to stop that stuff. Oh, Kiswahili. No, it's not a Bantu language, You go to Angola. If that's the case, then why is that Kiswahili not spoken in the Congo? It's not spoken in Angola or Zambia. It's only spoken on Tanzania and Kenya, where the Arabs and everybody else were. So it's not a Bantu language. Let's stop that.
Well, absolutely, Kala, and family, yes, Kala, I'm sure many people will probably just give you many debates about where it's spoken and things like that. But it is, man. Instead of us going around the world, we're just gonna...
I'll give you an example. Is Kiswahili spoken in Mozambique? No, because there was no Arab traders in Mozambique. Is Kiswahili spoken in South Africa? No. In Namibia? No. Angola? No.
There's mainly East Africa. Yeah, but I don't know how far it goes from East Africa, but
because of the Arab slave trade on the coast, that's where it came from.
There you go, family. Kala dropping it again. So, Kala, let me play your famous Marcus Garvey speech right here, so you can just enjoy the vibes of it.
Then comes on me to be the real Marcus Garvey I would like to be. If I may come in an earthquake or a plague or a pestilence or as God would have me, then be assured that I shall never desert you and make your enemies triumph over you. Will I not go to hell 1,000,000 times for you? If I die in Atlanta, my work will only just then begin. For I shall live in the physical or the spiritual to see the day of Africa's news. When I am dead, wrap the mantle of the red, the black and the green around me, for in the new life I shall rise up with God's constant blessings, to lead the millions of the heights and the triumph that you will know. Look for me in a world when there is storm. Look for me all around you. There is God's grace. I shall come back with countless millions of black men and women who have died in America, those who have died in the West Indies, and those who have died in Africa. So I do will fight for liberty, freedom, and life. Any leadership that teaches you to depend upon another way is a leadership that will intrigue. Any leadership that teaches you to depend upon another way is a leadership that will intrigue. They give leadership to our forefathers, and that leadership made them slaves. But we have decided to find a leadership of our own to make ourselves free men. Our great scholars have advanced through the colleges and universities have thrown away the blessed records. Babylon did it. Assyria did it. France under Napoleon did it. Germany under Prince von Bismarck did it. England under America under George Washington did it. Africa with 400 million black people can do it. If you cannot do it, if you are not prepared to do it, then you will die. You race of cowards, You race of imbeciles, you race of good for nothing. If you cannot do what other men have done, what other nations have done, what other races have done, then you have better die. Can we do it? We can do it. We shall do it. We have prayed to God for vision and for leadership. And He has given us a universal vision. A vision that will not limit our possibilities to America. A vision that will not limit our possibilities to the West Indies, but a vision that will must be a free and redeemed Africa.
Yes, Kala, I just dropped your favorite science right there for you, man. How you feeling? There you go. Just click on mute. You good?
Yeah, man, that was second half of the speech, basically like this, I mean, people talk about Kiswahili is a symbolic language, scholars and everything. I mean, you can debate that and everything, but what are you gonna do about Zulu language? The Zulus are not gonna freaking say, you know something, we got everything going here. We gotta stop. Like I said, we're on a higher level, right? I could basically, you can, like I was talking to one guy, Absol. Language is a divisive issue in Africa, right? If you got somebody that speaks one language, right? They basically get in power and they put their language on everything. Every conflict in Africa has to do with ethnicity and language, right? And so therefore, what you can do, if people have different regions in Africa, right? If you have somebody that speaks this language and everything, you can make the signs and the motive thing in multiple language. You can put in the books and textbooks and everything of instruction, everything in that local language and everything. That's an idea. A lot of language in Africa are unwritten, so they have people call themselves one tribe, but they speak in 5 different dialects, but they understand each other. There's no centralized language system. So therefore the solution would be, people speak a language and they're in large numbers and everything. Interpret the stuff in that area in their local language. If you in most of Africa, right, people speak English and French, and Portuguese, and Angola Portuguese, Mosaic Portuguese, right? But if they want education, they want to read a map, they want to read blueprints, everything is written in the colonial language, right? You can interpret that into the local language, right? Why start another whole language over there? So you got the colonial language. Now you want to put Kiswahili there. Why not just put the friggin' language that the indigenous language that they have? It's all say, we're gonna teach everybody Swahili and everything. What's the purpose of that? Is this my boy Ross? What's going on?
Hey, Greens Ross, welcome to the call. Go ahead and share.
Good morning from Liberia.
What's going on, brother?
Good morning from Liberia. It's a bright, sunny Sunday morning. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, brother.
Okay,
Yes, we're good, brother. We're good. Go ahead and drop some energy before we close out. We got another few minutes remaining before we close, but go ahead, brother. Drop some good energy with us.
Yeah, I'm just following the show. Good feedback from the rest of the participants. I'm just following all the comments and whatnot. Good stuff. I just want to say God bless.
There you go, Kala. They explain it to you, Kala, because this is it right here. That's what they say. Look it up. Somebody's challenging you.
You have a bunch of official languages, right? That just means it's some people spoken there. But as far as if you basically say try to say this is going to be the official language of DR, you will have a freaking civil war. You will have a war. Because there's a lot of people like, yo, look, man, all these outside forces are opposing something. I mean, now we got to learn another language. You can't do that. Most Africa, like South Africa, like 15 official languages. You have to keep it like that. And people who want just Kiswahili, these are people who just speak Kiswahili, so they want to use that as a thing. They want to come under the banner of Pan-Africanism. That's not Pan-Africanism.
Here you go with another one. Bam.
So you're correct about Kiswahili spoken in Eastern Congo. I'm sure Kala knows this. I'm sure some people speak it, but that's not any widespread language. It's not the language of instruction or anything. And I don't even know if it's speaking there because Swahili, for the most part, right? If you know, it's probably just introduced there recently. You know, they're trying to make it like a unifying language and everything. But for the most part, Kiswahili originates on the east coast of Africa. You know, that's the thing. You know, yeah. What you call in the DR Congo is the French. They speak French in Belgium. You know, and everything, every instruction, every book, everything that you got to learn to live in the modern world is written in the European language. You know. So therefore, if you want anything, you got to move to the city, learn the language. People are handicapped. But if you basically said to the people, you know, you live in this province right here, right? What's the people language people spoke here? We're going to interpret all the books and all the signs, all the street signs, everything in your regional language. You know, that helps the people out. That's more better than trying to tell people they got to change their whole way of life. Africa has been colonized and everything. So that's another form of language change is another form of colonialism, you know? It's another form of colonialism, you know? And I like to see people, you know, preserve their local language and stuff like that, you know, and do what they have to do because, you know, everything's regional. All politics is local. You know, when somebody gets up there to make a speech, right, and he's going to deliver official speech in Kiswahili, nobody can understand what he's saying. You know? He can't ask questions back and forth. So you're retarding the people. People, like I said, the road to hell is often paved with good intentions. You know? Yes, they proclaim Kiswahili. Yeah, but the AU has no power, you know? They use a joke. You know? I call it the African Union. They have their joke. They give this stuff like this, but the African Union has no peacekeeping force, no central bank, no nothing, you know? But they want to talk about a freaking language. Come on. You know, and the African Union, man, it's a mess. You know, the building was built by the Chinese, but it's funded by the European. All the African Union is an extension of the European Union. That's all it is. You know, it's a club for dictators and people that's doing nothing on the continent to get together and like this. And also, let me say this too. When you see African leaders going to Europe, right? See, power in Africa doesn't derive from the people. When people go over, when African leaders go overseas, that's a message just sending to the people that they're in power. Because when they shake hands with the white man in Europe or the Chinese man, and they're saying, they make all these promises saying, look what I'm doing. I'm still the one in power, you know. Should we purge the content of the colonizing language? You know, that's a really tricky thing, you know. You got to go and say, purge the language. Do you understand what you're talking about? That means that all the Nollywood films and the Afrobeats got to be spoken in. Do you understand what you're saying when people talk? When people talk, I like to talk like I'm talking to grown men with sense. Do you understand what you're saying? You know, people got to, you know, so now all the Nollywood actors got to speak Kiswahili. Now,
I mean, brother, I mean, it's just people be fantasizing, man. I mean,
yo, look, you understand something?
This is like their wish list.
But, wish list. All the stuff right here. We spent 500 years getting our asses handed to us, right? You don't just walk out of that talking about, now I'm on language, you know? Now I want this. Yeah. Look at Singapore, right? They know they got to ask English to the official language of Singapore. Why?
Exactly.
It is what it is.
Exactly. That's it, brother. Appreciate. That's a great example.
You know, it is
talking
what
about
it is.
Language and things. Let's hear something from our good brother Ross about Liberia. So you can share some good information.
Tell us about Liberia, man. What's going on lately, brother?
There you go, brother. This is the topic right here: traveling and investing in Liberia. So you can talk about the traveling portion and the investment portion of both. Just trying to hear some energy from a native Liberian living in Liberia, and also if you want to talk about the history of, you know, just anything before that to put things in perspective. You know, you're on live. You're on live with the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood.
First of all, thank y'all for the show. And so far as traveling to Liberia, ticket prices have dropped somewhat from what they used to be about maybe 7, 8, or 10 years ago. The tickets have dropped by a fairly minimal amount, but still it's dropped. Also, so far as business and private sector investment goes, there is a lot of opportunity. Liberia is an emerging market economy, so that means there's unlimited opportunity, more or less, to tap into various resources. And on top of that, the most valuable asset or resource, being a human resource, has great opportunity for investments in human capital development, so far as trainings and skills training and other various aspects of education goes. So anybody looking to invest in Liberia, I would say, should prioritize that to make sure that we can bring the 4 point something million population up to speed so far as competencies and skill contributions go, to being at par with what's necessary or what's required for 21st century advancement. So investing in skills training and education could be a huge private sector investment as well. There's plenty of room for participation in that sector of development, and it's also, in my opinion, the most required or the most necessary. Okay, because once you have trained and skills people, you got people who are not only able to contribute to whatever your private business mission is in Liberia, but you also have a network of competent people that could complement you so far as becoming partners and stakeholders, outside of just being regular employees. All right. If, for example, you just can only afford to move into maybe, say, one of the counties out of the 15 counties, maybe Montserrado, Monrovia City, whatever, and you got long-term plans for expansion into all 15 counties with the right human resource, with the right human capital development, that plan of expansion into all the 15 counties would more likely be realized more rapidly, quickly, as compared to dealing with a limited human capacity or human resource.
Exactly.
But yeah, there's plenty of opportunity in areas like sustainable tourism, especially with us discussing Liberia as the Pan-African capital of the world. There's plenty of room for infrastructure development in tourism, so far as real estate goes. There's plenty of land available for land development in that respect. Agriculture is also very much, beaming with potential. There's plenty of farmland, plenty of agricultural land. Again, yeah, the human resource, I say, is our first catalyst resource in this country. And then after that, you might say the land asset, definitely. There's plenty of that to go around, especially in relation to the current population size. There's plenty of agricultural land. There's plenty of commercial land. There's with all these underdeveloped cities and towns, there's plenty of room for returns on investments, and also just sometimes not so much about money, but the making of history, the making of Black history, the advancement, continuation of that history. We've got to be more motivated than just being motivated by commercial value. We need way more motivation than that. We owe that much to our ancestors, pretty much. That's what I see.
Exactly.
Yes, excellent. Well, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it. And as you can see, this flyer right here with the dates and the highlights, and we're ready to journey to Liberia 14 months from now.
Okay, respect. Brother Bomani, man, thank you for all the effort, man. I've been, I remember around the same time you got started is around the same time I got started in Liberia back in like 2006, 2007. So,
Yeah.
I've been following, but we didn't get connected until 2016. And since then, I've been following, thanks to Tabia Yutunde and a few others who, two other people who got me in contact with you. So, yeah, I respect the work you're doing, and God bless you and sustain you. And my brother Kala Genesis, thank you also for acknowledging God's blessings upon Liberia, and for us to be able to continue the advancement of our people and the breaking of new dawns to create and make new history.
Yep, it's a continuation of stuff that we should have been doing all along.
Yeah,
should have been doing all along. The contemporary Liberia know the history of Papa Garvey. Yeah, there's a Garvey Institute in Liberia. There was a Marcus Garvey school there, There's a Booker T. Washington School Institute there. The Liberians know all about Black America. You got Garveyites there, you got Garvey being talked about on the radio and stuff like that. So you're gonna feel at home in Liberia. You're gonna hear a lot of Pan-African talk and Black nationalist talk. You're gonna hear Martin Luther King. You're gonna hear Malcolm X being spoken on the radio and stuff like that. So it's a whole different energy. People don't even know anything about. So you'll definitely understand that.
I just want to say this in relation to the AU, with all due respect, but the AU needs the support of all of us, people like us. We are all constituents. We form part of the constituency of the AU, of which the AU is a part of. So it's important for us to come in with our views as well and connect and build partnerships. In fact, building sustainable partnerships is one of the SDGs. And these things are important. I wouldn't see these things as an outsider or from a perspective of being an outsider. I see it from a standpoint of us being collaborators and partners, sustainable partners. Okay, because all these organizations that come up with these development agendas and whatnot are not all necessarily foreign or alien to Africa or the African constituency globally. Okay, with the UN, for example, Liberia is actually a founding member of the United Nations. All right, and then the AU wasn't just established by goodwill or good intention. It was a part of a grand vision of African global contribution to humanity. That's what the AU really was for. It wasn't no cronyism or cliquism thing. It was first started as the OAU. But rather than evolve strategically and programmatically, it's more or less taken more of a cosmetic evolution in the name branding and whatnot, going from OAU to becoming the AU. But it's also a lot of great sustainable programs that the AU at the moment is running, okay, in sectors like energy and forestry and other things I know of personally. So I say there's room for improvement as in every aspect and in every case of life in general. But there's also room for building sustainable partnerships so that we can all, as stakeholders, be able to make a contribution, all right, that's going to be long-term, it's going to be lasting. So I see the AU as a strategic partner, more or less, all right, and visions must evolve, okay? Thanks to the likes of President William V.S. Tubman, Sekou Toure, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the illustrious ancestors we have. They came out here and they even pushed tourism there early, because they could have had their meeting in Monrovia, but they chose to go out to Sonnequilla in Limber County, and that's where they met. And that was a preceding meeting. That was the preliminary meeting for discourse on establishing the OAU. It wasn't, in fact, after that was in 1959 in July. It wasn't until after that in 1960, the next year, that they convened a meeting in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And that's when the Liberian delegation that William V.S. Tubman took to Addis Ababa presented the charter documents to establish the AU, or the OAU at the time, along with the African Development Bank. So yes, the AU may not have a central bank, but they have what we call the African Development Bank that's been very instrumental in development efforts on the continent, in securing peace and stability, and many different things. All right. A lot of this is like information is not so public, but now that the AU is becoming more transparent, I'm seeing that a lot of the activities are being made public, and it's good, but it has to be from the context of sustaining nationhoods across Africa. Okay. And possibly even in the Caribbean. I believe strongly that by now the AU should have evolved so much, all Afro-Caribbean countries should be members of the AU. Okay, we have, I think, one so far European country that's an observer member of the AU, and you don't have any of the Afro-Caribbean countries being permanent members of the AU, not even observer member. I don't think so. I'm not sure. But, it just goes to say, looking at the time when the OAU was actually founded and what time we in now, 21st century, 2023, the AU should have been involved not just in its programs, but also in its constituency. Okay, we should by now have incorporated all of the Afro-Caribbean countries. That's just the way I see it. You know, we are intercontinental constituency. Okay, African people, we global. When I talk about globalization in the African perspective, or that should mean Pan-Africanization. Period.
Yeah,
Okay,
the African Union. You guys said
that's the
something,
way most other people look at globalization. The
right?
Chinese look at globalization from a Chinese perspective. Okay, the Jewish do the same thing. Americans do the same thing, even though America is a very diverse, culturally diverse society. But yeah, globalization for the Africans should basically mean Pan-Africanization. We should be
Yes.
looking at our global constituency as a whole, rather than the component parts. Okay, the sum total is always greater and better than the individual component.
Yeah. See, that was the original idea of the OAU. You know, because back in the days, you had Kwame Ture was part of involved with the OAU. But the thing is, though, the Europeans had another plan, right? They wanted to basically move the members of the OAU was founded in Liberia with the strong support of a lot of Pan-Africans in Europe and the West, you know? And then once Africans gained their independence, right, the power dynamic shift to people, you know, born on a continent and stuff like that. So they had a different outlook. You know, there's a lot of people that basically don't see the idea of Africa being about race, black people, right? Sort of failed. They began to say that right now, according to the African Union, Charlize Theron is an African diasporan. Elon Musk is an African diasporan. You know, the Indians, everybody lives on the continent. So Africa is not defined by black people or race by the AU. It was by the Organization of African Union, the OAU. It was defined by black countries and everything like that, with Morocco, with Egypt and everything like that as part of North Africa. But then the North African countries had the Arab League and stuff like that. So the challenge right now is when Haiti tried to apply for African Union thing, they said Haiti's not African enough. Haiti's the blackest country on the planet, you know, but it wasn't Africa because they define Africa by geography now, not by race, and they basically like even Dr. Arcana, they basically erased the African slave trade in the Holocaust, you know, as part of Africa. And they say, oh, the sixth region. They're not talking about slave descendants, you know, or whatever. They talk about Africans that migrated out and stuff like that, including whites, including Indians and everything like that, you know, and live in the West. And so with a lot of black people in America think, oh, I'm part of the sixth region. And then they go look at the fine print. You know, they're not really talking about us, you know, as far as like African Americans and Caribbeans and stuff like that. That's why there's no Caribbeans nations a member of the African Union. You know, so we basically the definition of the African Union has to get back to a Pan-African, you know, a base, and I think Liberia could be that place, you know, where that could happen. You know, we got to redefine the African Union, and also what I see about the African Union is I see these people almost getting into fist fights and everything on the floor, and stuff like that. There's a lot of squabbling because the whites in South Africa got a place, and there's a lot of black people in South Africa, like Jerusalem Lema, want them gone. I don't think that's feasible. That's possible, but you know, there's right now people don't understand what exactly is an African. You know, what exactly is an African? Is it African as a black person? Is it a black African? You know, and also there's no representation of the youth. There's no representation of the young people in the private sector. It's all just governments. Everybody that goes to the African Union, right, is a government official, and they go in there there's no way of accounting. If this country is doing human rights abuses, right, how do we punish this country for doing this? There's no sanctions. African Union has no ability to sanction. They have no ability to blockade. There's no ability to freeze assets. None of that. So a lot of times these governments are going there to protect their own selfish interests, right? And nothing is done. You've got to be accountable. If there's no accountability, you have nothing. You know, if you see a country doing wrong, right, and you have no thing, and you got to have the West still got the ICC, International Criminal Court, and they're like this. The African Union should have a continental body of jurists. You know, if a person was engaged in genocide, like the president of Equatorial Guinea, he should be up on charges. You know, he's using the country to exploit his people and everything. There's no accountability. Yet he gets to go to the the AU and sit down, and nobody says anything to him. So the AU's fighting over Claudia use English and French. Like I said, the language thing, we got bigger problems in the language. We got young people who are growing up and not know what it's like to have the dignity of a job, not having proper health care, proper education, and stuff like that. Those are more pressing issues.
Word. Matter of fact, just as you was mentioning earlier that it's important to prioritize keeping the best practices, keeping the best examples of our culture, of our advancement and progress. Now, that includes, for example, best practices, not just from within the African constituency or Africa, but also even from the West, all right? What's best is best, no matter who it originates by, all right? So, for example, in the case of America, there's not an official language. And I think there's a reason for that. That's a good reason, all right? It allows for better cohesion so far as sustaining diversity, and it would work even better for African states and the continent of Africa because African people are all of the same Africoid DNA anyway. Okay, you want to talk about some ethnic name or some tribal or clan name or whatever village name, that's nothing compared to the reality that we all share the same Africoid DNA, period.
Mm-hmm.
So, not having an official language or having a multiplicity of official languages in a country is a better option than trying to force a particular, especially European language on a whole population that's not native to that European language.
Yeah.
But it's like you said, not an issue like so pressing. It's not, it's not a stinking, pressing issue. It's just one of those things. Besides, people grow up and just by nature adapt to whatever language is spoken in the household per family unit, irrespective of whatever official language might be in that particular state. So it means nothing pretty much.
Exactly.
It's negligible. I mean, it has consequences, somewhat, but it's negligible an issue,
Yeah. So the main thing is, man, brother, is the fact that people, let's say in Liberia, most people I've seen speak English, right? And then the people who don't, I was there, and I seen a lot of people speaking French. They came from Guinea and Ivory Coast. They love Liberia, boy. Yeah, people speaking French. I'm like, man, that sounds like French, man.
You got a lot of Liberian people speaking French. I've met quite a few. In fact, I've met many Liberians who speak French fluently. All right, I'm one of those people myself because I grew up and studied French in school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I grew up studying French in school, so it's more or less my second language. All right, and that's the same for many Liberians. In fact, French is also a part of the national curriculum, right from elementary straight through high school, and college level as well. So it's a part of the society.
Yeah,
it's just a lot of English speaking or Anglophone countries such as Liberia. We students, most of us, take the French language that is a compulsory course in school for granted because we feel like we're from a country that speaks English. Okay, otherwise it shouldn't be a big deal. You should have a whole bunch of fluent English and French speakers all across Africa. But it's the same thing. The Francophone students also take the English language courses for granted, even though it's taught in the French schools.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of attitude, psychology. People feel like, oh, that's not I know English to be my country's language. I'm not going to, matter of fact, I'm not from Togo or Ivory Coast or whatever, so I'm not going to take French seriously. That's just a mindset.
Yeah. Yeah. Language is a divisive issue, right? And I don't think in our lifetime we should, We should put the mechanisms in place to deal with that. But right now we need development. We need everybody to be on the same page and be able to communicate. If it's English right now, it's got to be English. That's, to me, is not a pressing issue.
Not at all.
Yeah, so this idea we need the language. That's not the reality. Reality is people want to know what you bring to the table, what we could build, and how can we make things. Liberia and Africa needs a highway system. I want somebody to tell me in French or English how we're going to build a railway and a highway connecting Freetown to Monrovia, 100 years overdue. You should be able to trade back and forth between those two countries. Develop commerce, right? That's a huge market. You got a million plus people in Monrovia. You got like 2 million people in that could be a trade zone. People, you can create millionaires overnight. People trading and importing and commerce and everything like that between those two cities. That's the talk I want to talk to. Down the coast, why can't somebody drive from Maryland to Accra, across the Ivory Coast? Those are the questions we need to be talking about, all those things, why do we have a highway system? The distance between Liberia and Ghana is not as far as from like New York to North Carolina, but there should be a highway. You should be able to drive there, Even
without an actual straight highway, just with the available road network, that travel is currently happening. It's been happening for a long time already. People move back and forth by road from Ghana, from Nigeria to Liberia all the time. Matter of fact, one of my cousins just went on the road a few days ago.
How do they go? Do they go to the road to Nimba County?
They go to Nimba, or we go to Nimba, and then we go to the borders of the township of Danane in the Ivory Coast, and then we continue the journey through Abidjan, and it's onward to Accra.
Okay, so there's a roadway network.
There's a roadway network. You could go straight through to Nigeria. You get to Accra, and you go through the borders of Akabo and get to May.
Some parts of the road are not paved, right? Is it all paved now?
Well, most parts of the road is actually paved. Most parts of it. It's a small fraction, small decimal of the road is probably not paved.
Okay.
Like I said, I just had somebody on the road a few days ago. So, he gave me feedback.
What about travel? There's another, right? Gas stations, and travel places, rest stops, and stuff like that. That's
you got rest stops. You got rest stops. There's always rest stops. Okay. There's quite a number of gas stations. They may not be, up to date. Some of them, depending on which area you're at along the road, but some areas you would have better gas stations than others. But whatever the case be, you're getting gas. You're not just gonna be getting gas randomly. You're getting gas strategically. So you probably filled up your tank from your point of origin, where you embark. So that's not an issue at all.
Yeah. Make sure you have a plan for gas. Like the old Green Book days, Back in the days we had a Green Book. We knew where to stop at, and map out the thing because you couldn't get gas.
I mean, I've been on the road trips from the city of Accra, for example, through Lomé, through Benin to Nigeria to Lagos. I've been on a road trip, and the road's paved. Okay, and not only that, it's okay. And the vehicles are good, in very good shape. With everything you can think of. I mean, enough chargers for your phone or whatever gadget you're using, or TV screens on the back of the headrest for all the seats and whatnot for your own, personalized entertainment along the trip. So and it's the same thing. I've been on a road trip from Accra to Abidjan too, to the Ivory Coast. So they've got pretty good transport arrangements, organizations out in especially Ivory Coast and then Ghana, where I've had the experience. For now, there's limited organization on the Liberian side of the border, but it's being worked out. I guess a lot of things are just get them back to normal gradually. Some are taking longer than others, but yeah, some aspects of life is gradually, normalizing in Liberia now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There you go, family. The full breakdown. Full
So that's interesting. You
breakdown.
know.
And
That's
road
good right
travel
there.
between Liberia and Sierra Leone is also very easy. In fact, it's the shortest trip between
Do you still got to
going to
travel all
Guinea
the way
or
through
going
Sierra
to
Leone?
Ivory Coast. Very short trip to Sierra Leone. It's about an hour or something.
Do you still got to drive all the way through Sierra Leone? Do they got a straight shot yet?
I didn't get the question. Pardon?
Oh, we go to Sierra Leone. Like you go somewhere, you got to go all the way to the interior and
There's
all.
a there's so much feedback. I can't hear you at all. There's so much feedback,
Well,
Bomani.
let me say it like this. I said the road trip to Sierra Leone. Have they created the highway that connects right to Cape Mount directly to Freetown?
If you can text the question, I'll probably read it.
All right, let me text it.
Because I'm simply not hearing it at all. It's terrible feedback.
Yeah, I got my boiler on, but okay, let's see. Okay. All right, type it in. Is there a straight road from Liberia to Freetown?
Yes, connection wasn't good, so he wasn't hearing you well.
Well, his
That's the
connection.
best thing I can say for that one. But I appreciate you, Aras. I appreciate you coming on, and I appreciate you sharing all of those wonderful information about Liberia. So that's what we're doing, family. We're talking about traveling and doing business, living in Liberia, the connection, the history, the roots, the culture. So that's what we've been doing for over the last 4 hours. So, even going over the itinerary, the flyer, and overview of our Liberia journey for lifetime. So how was everything, Kala? How's been the last 4 hours?
We got everything.
Talked about everything, right? We covered it all.
Yeah, we covered it all, man. We covered it all. So, I guess I'll
Our
talk to
brothers
Ross
having
tomorrow.
network issues.
Yeah, I'll talk to Ross tomorrow.
Network issues and things. So it is all good, all good. Yes, but Kala, appreciate you breaking it down also, man. And any last words, any final thoughts, anything you
Yeah,
want to
join the BAO. If you want to be part of this, you like what you hear, you like what you're saying, everything, join the BAO Global Pipeline. Download the app on your app store, BAIO Global Pipeline app. Get connected with us, and show what you're about. Tell us what you do, and tell us how you can be part of this movement. That's not going to stop, no matter what people say. No matter what the naysayers, they don't even try anymore. We give them a chance to come on. They don't even come on anymore. They said we just give up.
There's too much knowledge, too much power, too much strength. You know what I'm saying, family? We're the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood. You know what I mean? This is we're holding the line. You know what I mean? This clown show on YouTube has gotten out of hand, Kala. People
Yeah,
need to
like
look
I said, the bottom line, I'm not gonna I put all this work into this movement, and like I said, brother Con Fryer, he didn't know how extensive Kala is with Liberia. Oh, dude, man, like I said, just because I'm not on YouTube, don't mean nothing, man. I got a lot of history in doing this, and I gotta say it, because people now, you got people now who are trying to pick up the Liberian thing. Oh, I learned it from this person right here. No, it was Kala who started this, it's Kala who started this. I ain't gonna let nobody freaking. And like I said, the bottom line is this: if you're gonna take Liberia and do something with it, do it better than I can. Hey, jump right ahead and do it. But I'm not gonna sit back and people just enthusiasts and just talking about Liberia, but there's work to be done. There's connections to be made. You know, there's bridges to be built. You know, that's the next phase right there. You know, we have this country that our ancestors founded. You know, this country that basically, as you saw the 2 videos right there, a lot of that videos and stuff like that are geared towards Liberians that lived in America, who are basically African Americans, Black Americans now, people from the Caribbean, people from Black America and everything like that. Liberia is opening its doors saying, hey, look, come and build and come and live here. Come and contribute, you know, open a bank account, you know, buy stuff in the local market, you know, bring your skills. Every time you come to a country and you're building and you're contributing and you're buying and spending, you're contributing to the country, you know. Yeah, John Kofi, join the BAO social network. That's how you basically contribute. Join, upload pictures, tell us who you are, connect with our people in Liberia. You know, join the social network, download the app, you know, contribute content. You know, that's how you get acclimated to this, you know. So we're giving people clear things of what we're doing. You know, we got a powerful team in Liberia. You see Ross, he's connected with every high level government official. He can get whatever you need in Liberia. Ross can get it done for you. You need anything in Liberia, that man right there, the BAO Liberia chapter head, you know, he can get it done. You know, he's a brilliant young man. You know, so we're not basically telling you go to Africa and just be on your own, lose all your money. We got people that'll help you succeed and doing whatever project you want to do. And connect you with the right people, tell you who not to get with, you know, because all of us, like Ross knows everybody, you know. If he doesn't know the person, somebody he knows has to know the person, whatever like that. So you're not gonna get no fly-by-nights, you know, trying to rip you off and everything. We're connected with legitimate people. That's what we have in Liberia. You know, so join the party, folks. Join the party.
Yes, excellent, Kala. Excellent, brother. Excellent. So, on that note, you ready to close? You ready to close out for the night?
Another
no
one.
one seemed to have any questions for you. So,
yeah, another knockout night, bro.
Yeah, so family, appreciate your energy. Appreciate you joining us on the late night shift. We're gonna close for the night, and
salute.
There you go, and that is the journey of a lifetime right there. Let me find a nice little song to close it out with.
And one last thing, man, you're gonna love the Liberian music scene. You're gonna love it. You're gonna hear Afro beats, you're gonna hear everything. One thing I say, my brother Bruty, it's like we got all this embrace the idea. That all sounds good until people, like I told my boy Quasi today, until people start talking about money. And Butu and all that good. When it talks about money, power, who's in charge, who benefits, that all goes out the door. You know, we got to raise the African thing about Butu and all stuff like that. It's not built Africa yet, you know. We had Butu. That sounds good, right? Why don't we get stuff going and call it? This is what we do. Why don't we get stuff that's working and building and stuff like that, and then just call it Ubuntu? You know, we gotta wait for some Ubuntu spirit and whatnot. Before we get off the ground, we gotta start doing. Faith without works is dead. You can have the Ubuntu faith, but if you don't have works behind it, it means nothing. I would like to see some Ubuntu. What I'm saying, when are people going to start joining us and start putting in work and talk about grant writing and doing the sister city projects and stuff like that. You know, start putting in some work. You know, but Monty and I can't do it all. You know, start putting some work in and contribute.
There you go, family. So, family, once again, thanks for joining us on another live stream on Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Take care, family.
Peace. Peace.
We'll connect with you next time.
All right, brothers. Peace.
Gonna give us a last little closeout music.